Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the December 3rd, 2025 meeting of the Daytona Beach City Commission. We're happy to have each of you with us tonight. Madam Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Commissioner May. Here. Commissioner Cantu.
Here.
Commissioner Henry. Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Commissioner Paris.
Here.
Commissioner Strickland. Here. Mayor Derek L. Henry.
Here.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 4, which is approval of the minutes of the November 5th, 2025 City Commission meeting.
So move.
We have a motion from Commissioner Cantu, second from Commissioner May. Do we have any questions or comments? All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Now have our agenda approval. If there are any changes, our city manager will address them.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, we have a few items. We had two presentations tonight, the Foundation to Freedom presentation. We're adding to the agenda, the city auditor is requesting commission approval to initiate an investigation. And we're asking for the removal of the presentation by the city auditor from comments and inquiries to the administrative items by Commissioner Paris. And also there was a request by Commissioner Cantu for the item to be moved to under presentation. So that is at the discretion on those last two items to go from either administrative items to a presentation. And I think you all need to make that decision because there were two requests by commissioners.
Two different requests.
Okay, if you can let me explain. I would ask Commissioner Paris why she would want it at administrative, because we're not actually voting on anything. And I did talk to Mr. Belchu about this. He would like it not at the end of the meeting, but he would like it after the Foundations to Freedom presentation. And I'm a little confused why we would have it as an administrative item.
The reason why I request as administrative item, because since it is dealing with public funds, I think the public should be able to comment on this. And I know that we're not directing anything towards Mr. Bellichu, but if we have to direct staff on what we feel, any corrective action plan that needs to be done can be done during the administrative item to get things started.
Okay.
That's why.
I believe even during a presentation, after a presentation, we can also direct staff or make a motion to do anything as well. Am I correct on that?
You are.
Yes, okay. Because if you have it on administration, we have to be voting on something pretty much, and there's nothing to, nothing to vote. I totally respect you, but there's nothing to vote on. And I even asked Mr. Belchu, are we voting on something?
So you don't think that we need to make any recommendations to staff on how to move forward?
We can still
audit?
do that during presentation after he does his presentation.
I rather it under administration, but I understand what you're saying also.
So
Where do we stand with that? Does anyone?
Maybe if you want to ask Mr. Belchu, because he doesn't understand why.
I don't care to ask him. I think you all just need to decide.
Okay. Well, whatever. I just don't know what we're going to vote on administrative item.
So you feel that we don't have to do any corrective action plan after the travel audit?
Yeah, but when you have someone on administrative item, you're going to vote.
I understand what you're saying.
First and second, and then, but we're not voting on anything. It's a presentation he's giving us, and we still have the ability to direct staff or him to do anything with a motion.
Okay, since it had to do with public funds, so even if we were not directing them to do something, I would still, do all administrative items have to be voted on?
Yes.
Are they? Yes? Can I get an answer from the city clerk?
No, it's not. That's not the person you'd ask. You'd ask him.
It's the lawyer?
But the answer is yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's really a reflection of your practice, but administrative items apparently have always required a motion and a vote.
Listen, this does not really matter.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that the
It doesn't
public,
matter where it is.
I would like to make sure that the public has
The public
an
will, if we
option
vote on something, the public has to be able to speak on it.
to speak on it. Well, we are discussing public funds, and I think they should have a say if we're voting on something or not. That's my opinion.
They have to have a say, like he's.
Well, they can't speak on everything. No.
But if we are voting on something, like she said,
Yes,
they're going to
but
have a
yes,
say.
if they're voting on it.
Correct.
But she said they should be able to speak even if we're not voting, but that's not the case.
But we
Okay.
have had administrative items that no action is required.
All right,
But
let's get a motion.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to move it to administrative items? Because I have two
I'd like to make a motion to
conflicting
move
people.
it to administrative items so the public could speak on public comment.
All right, do I have a second? All right, motion fails for lack of a second. Okay, so that means presentations? All right, not at the bottom.
Yes,
Okay,
I'd like to
do we have
make-
a motion to move it to the presentations, to the front?
I would like to make the motion to move it to presentation after the Foundations of Freedom.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
No.
No. Motion carries 5-2. Me and Paris. Right? Okay. For the record, I didn't understand why it needed to be moved from where it was. So I didn't.
It's
because
actually
it
at the
seems
very
like-
bottom, at the
Yeah.
end of the meeting.
Yeah, I was gonna be more ready for it by then. That's the reason I voted no. Okay. I'd rather it be at the back, let the people that's waiting
Are we
here
with
be in the back.
consent agenda item? I want to remove 8A for discussion.
Okay, what is 8A? Okay. All right, do we have a motion for the agenda changes?
I move that we accept the agenda with said changes. Know where we were.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. We're going to move on to item number 6, which is our presentations. And our first presentation tonight is the Foundation to Freedom.
Daytona Beach City. I appreciate you guys giving me the chance to present here tonight. My name is Catherine Russell. I'm the Executive Director and Founder of Foundations to Freedom. Foundations to Freedom is a FAR certified, Florida Association of Recovery Residents certified recovery residences. We have 11 locations. 10 of which here in Volusia County, Olinda Land, and one in Palm Coast, Flagler County. How did I get this last one? This?
Yeah,
Okay, good to know. There we go. All right, we're doing something now. Okay, Foundations to Freedom is a nonprofit, like I said, recovery residences. The mission of Foundations to Freedom is to provide individuals seeking recovery from substance use disorders with a safe. Am
No, that's okay.
I doing something wrong here?
She's checking on it.
just wait just a second.
No, we have the static. Okay.
Okay, are we better now? All right, here we are. For those suffering with substance use disorder, to have a home-like environment that fosters recovery, personal growth, and civil responsibility. Our services. So we house single men, single women, women and children, as well as single dads. We also have a domestic violence safe house in on the other side of the county in DeLand. We do have support for long-term recovery, support for clients to obtain the recovery goals, long-term housing, alcohol and drug monitoring. We use a 16-panel drug test at Foundations to Freedom, and we have 111 clients, and all of those clients never go more than 5 days without a drug test. We do have a 24-hour staff. We are a level 3 FAR certified recovery residences, and we are staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We do have licensed and certified counselors. All of our clients are assigned a case manager at admission, as well as a counselor at admission, and they see those individuals weekly to complete their case plans to ensure that we're able to help them not only get employed, but also sustain long-term recovery and to gain those skills that they need in order to do so. We help them with job placement, various career services that we have for wraparound care and family reunification. We work very closely with the Department of Children's and Families to reunify the families that have been separated for substance use or any criminal proceedings that have come because of this substance use. And we have fully reunified 48 of our clients with their children to date, and all but 2 still have been reunified and have kept their children. Okay. Our houses. So we have 3 women's houses. Like I said, all in DeLand. The Stockton Linquist house, which is actually the oldest house in DeLand, has been fully remodeled. The Empowerment House, which used to be an ALF, and the Ronda's Haven location, which is our domestic violence safe house out in Glenwood. Here we are. All right. Our men's locations, where our main office is, they're on East New York Avenue, at 339 East New York Avenue, directly next door at 347 East New York Avenue, a location out in Daytona Park Estates, as well as a location at the corner of Wisconsin and High Street in DeLand. So, all right. We also have graduate housing for those people who graduate the Foundations to Freedom program. We also will house them in our graduate housing for up to a year after graduation to ensure that they are able to not only sustain long-term recovery, but have permanent supportive housing once they leave our program. So once they graduate, they can stay in our graduate location for up to a year, renting a room and continuing to work on their recovery. Okay. Foundations to Freedom is a 3-phase program. During phase 1 of so typically for our single men and women, we are a 6 to 9 month stay. However, we do not believe in graduating somebody from our program before they are ready to sustain long-term recovery. We are, like I said, we are a 3-phase program. In phase 1, we're really just getting somebody used to living a life of recovery, staying clean, getting them employed, getting them used to going to a 12-step meeting every night, which we do transport them to daily, and helping them get employed, and just really getting used to living a life of recovery. During phase 2 and 3, we are working on not only sustaining their long-term recovery but also helping them get back with their families, do trauma counseling, intensive outpatient services, deal with any court issues that they have, and get probation wrapped up, get court cases behind them, and just really and obtain their goals. Help them get their driver's license back, help them get back with their children, get back with their families, sustain long-term employment, get their high school diploma, get back to college, whatever that might be, that really is going to help them sustain long-term recovery. And in phase 3, we're really just, we're skipped a slide there. In phase 3, we're really just helping them get a plan for once they graduate our program and move on, to ensure that they are able to sustain long-term recovery and have the support system that they need. Why we are different. So currently, Foundations to Freedom is your only FAR certified recovery housing in Volusia County. We do have wraparound services on site. Like I mentioned, we have case management, we have licensed mental health counselors, but we do go way above and beyond that. So we help our clients get their high school diploma if they need. We help them get mental health services. We help them get medical services, dental services, insurance. We help them with employment. We have transportation services. We actually have 8 company vehicles. So during the day, we have full-time transportation services my transportation team comes in at 7 a.m. Takes the children to daycare, children to work, children to school, takes our men and women to work, and then we'll turn around and take people to court, take the drug court people to DeBerry, take people to doctor's appointments, mental health appointments, court services all over our county and beyond, and just really anything that they need. We do have scholarship programs. We know that when people walk in our doors, they are walking in typically broken. Nobody enters recovery housing on a high point. Typically, I have a lot of clients that walk into my doors with the clothes on their back, whether it's on our domestic violence side or whether it's on our recovery side. We do have scholarship programs to help them with not only their stay until they become employed and get their paycheck, but also to help them with clothing, to help them with medically necessary prescriptions, help them with mental health appointments, help them with doctor's appointments, clothing, once they get employed, work boots or work clothing, anything that they need to help them in their initial stay with Foundations. We do have an aftercare program and graduate housing, as I mentioned, and we work really hard to help reunify families at Foundations to Freedom. As I earlier mentioned, we have a lot of men and women that come to us that have had their children removed because of substance use. And since we have started our women and children's housing and our single dads housing, we have reunified 48 of our clients with their children, which we are very happy about. And at Foundations to Freedom, because of our wraparound services, I truly believe we have an 89% graduate success rate. What that means is out of every 100 people that come to my program, 89 of those are sustaining long-term recovery for over a year.
That's pretty amazing.
And the reason I am here to speak with you tonight, 40, at least at a low point, 48% of all Foundation clients come from the east side of the county. With Daytona Beach currently losing within the past year 26% of their recovery beds due to closures of various sober livings on this side of the county, the cities do not have the bed capacity anymore to handle the ever-growing substance use issue that the city faces. Foundations is seeking not only funding but support to meet the needs of the community and expand our FAR certified recovery residents in the Daytona area.
Okay.
And our next event that is coming up to raise money for our scholarship program for the next year is our Havana Nights Gala. That'll be housed in DeLand on January 31st. And that information is in your packets.
Scholarship program, say what is that again?
So when our clients come to our program, typically they do, so Foundations does come with a fee for daily living, right? We have a weekly rent. But typically when our clients first come to our program, whether it's directly off the streets, out of detox, jail, prison, or directly out of a treatment center, naturally they do not have the funds to pay those fees. So for the first 30 to 45 days that they are with us, our scholarship program covers everything that they would need, from not only their rent, but we do breakfast and dinner every single day at Foundations, 365 days a year for every client that is in our houses. Any clothing, any medical cost, any mental health or doctor's appointments that they may need, any medically necessary prescriptions, really anything that they need when they first come to us to help them sustain long-term recovery and get started on their journey.
And you are looking to expand on to the east side?
I'm looking into locations at this time, yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, it's 89% currently.
Mm-hmm.
I have Barbara. She kept on calling me, and she said, you have to go there to believe, to see this. And she told me how great, and I'm thinking, okay, I actually went down, and I was so amazed at these facilities and how they're run, how clean they are, everybody working together. I would actually stay in one of them. That's how clean it is. But she does an amazing job. I don't know if you want tonight to tell them a little bit about yourself as well. I've heard her speak. But I have hooked Barbara up, and Katie withdrew as well because we do have the opioid dollars. And I'm hoping that maybe we can look at some property because I like to have one of these on this side of town since most of the residents are in her program or from Daytona.
Especially
And
with
you
the-
work closely with the drug corps as well, correct?
Absolutely. So we get a lot of clients from drug court, and I tend to be the last stop, right? Drug court tends to call me when they've tried other sober livings, and I am their last stop before they're getting sentenced out of drug court and going to prison. And we have a very high success rate of graduating drug court people. We have 14 drug court clients. We have an entire house designated but nothing drug, but drug court clients. And we are very excited for SMA's new location to open, so we don't have to transport people 3 times a day for drug court to DeBerry.
And cameras all through these facilities. I don't think
We are
everywhere
staffed
I
24
look.
hours a day, 7 days a week, and we do have cameras in all of our facilities. You cannot come into a foundation's house without being on camera.
How long have you been in existence?
4.5 years, ma'am.
What are your weekly fees?
For single men and women, we are at $180 a week. That does include all of the services that we provide: case management, state licensed counselors, breakfast and dinner daily, transportation services, above and beyond, and everything else that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I think the difference is you're FAR certified.
That
So
is
you have
absolutely the
much more
difference.
strict standards. So we have some homes that are providing some functions, but they're not FAR certified. And that was the certification that we were trying to put into our code a few years back when we were having some issues up in the Arlington, Fairview area with repeat offenders. But the FAR certification is what we're trying to work with the attorney to put in place as mandatory if you were going to have some sort of home of some sort. But this is excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, by the way. Okay, excellent. Appreciate
Mayor, I
it.
have some questions.
Oh, yes.
Please,
How many clients do you have?
111.
111. And what is your operating budget a year?
My operating budget currently is $2.3 million,
2.3 million. Okay.
which currently 72% is covered by grant funding.
How much? I'm sorry.
72% is currently covered
72%.
by grant funding, and the rest is made up by private donors.
Well, I want to thank you for your service to the community. I did meet a couple of volunteers and then they spoke very highly of Foundations to Freedom. It was at one of the Volusia recovery walks. Actually, Commissioner May was there too, and you guys were presenting, so thank you.
Thank you.
How did the founding of this organization, this foundation, come about? Could you give us a little history on that?
Absolutely. So I am a member, I identify as a member in long-term recovery. I have a little over 8 years clean now. Back in 2008, I flipped an SUV on I-4 9 times. I was ejected from the vehicle. I was airlifted to ORMC. I was in the hospital for 4 months and in a coma for 2, and I almost died. When I got out of the hospital, they prescribed me very strong opiates, and I quickly became addicted to that medication. And I went down a spiral of addiction that completely ruined my life, and I lost everything. It took me a lot of years to put my life back together. A lot of the sober livings that are on this side of the county, I visited while I was in active addiction. And I really wanted to start something different, something that was not only, here's a roof over your head, get a job, go to meetings and figure it out. Because I was a little bit more broken than that. And I really wanted to help people with not only housing, but also wraparound services and care that would truly sustain long-term recovery, right? I didn't want to just be somebody that was going to collect money from people and not provide real services and real hope. So I started Foundations to Freedom to be everything that I needed back then that I couldn't find.
The most of the sober homes or sober houses, as they call them nowadays, at one time provided those breakfast and dinner meals. To my knowledge, there's none of them providing food. They just provide you a bed and that's it, and get them to sign a paper when they go to a 12-step meeting, which they forget that that's an anonymous thing, and they can all sign their own paper because there's no way to verify it. Same with the court. But thank you for putting these together. We need better quality recovery houses and more support. There's so many people out there that suffer from drug addiction and alcoholism, and most people go, oh, they just need to quit. It's not that easy.
It is not, no. And in the 4.5 years that I have been open, we have not fallen below 85% occupancy. With 111 beds. Currently today, I have no open beds. With that being said, the need in our community is truly great, and there are people suffering every single day that, hopefully will find us. And, I really wish that the work that I did and that I didn't need to have so many beds and I didn't need to stay open, but unfortunately that's not the case in our communities.
Right. Long term, 34 years.
Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Nice job.
Okay. We're going to move on to our next presentation, which is the city auditor on the travel audit review. One of the AV guys is coming around.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed Commissioner. I am Abner Palacio. I am here, I think, to present you the audit finding related to travel audit. If you don't have the copy, I'm more than happy to provide one so that you will be following. Do any of you need a copy?
I don't think yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner. Okay. So before I start discussing some of the findings, I would like to say something. Not something new. I think something I discussed with my good friend, Mr. Fiecha. In any audit, in any organization, one thing is very important, more important than the finding, which is the culture of openness, transparency, and accountability. The ability to understand we have an issue will help to address the issue. That's the first and basic step. I have to say this, the majority of the city of Daytona Beach employee demonstrated that. But I told for Mr. Fiecher, in some part of his organization, there is unnecessary defensiveness. There is intentional diversion, unwillingness for cooperation. Anybody who asks questions is treated as an enemy and attacked. This is not just only with me. I told for Mr. Fiecher, elected officials have a responsibility to ask questions. Their questions should not be dismissed. They should not be treated unknowledgeable, uneducated. We are here to provide documentation, including myself, to explain things in a plain English for the people who don't know the technical things we do. I said that to him many times. He was doing some improvement until last night. 2 + 2 is always 4. It cannot be 7. It cannot be 5. It cannot be 6. The amount of money in some part of his office expended to defend undefendable things should be used to correct the problem we have. This is important. The thing I'm discussing with you is less important than this. Until we have a culture of transparency, accountability, the willingness to accept responsibility, every corner we are auditing will be the same. That is a clear demonstration on 2 audits I conducted in here. Similar problem, similar defense and resistance. Now, when I was hired,
Can
I
you be
promised one thing.
specific about resistance?
I'm about to get to it.
Okay.
When I was hired here, I say one thing to you. When I write a report, every single word will be supported with evidence. Not every statement, every word. When I write the audit report, I was careful to use the word potential when it's needed. The potential implies, unless it's corrected, it creates potential problem. Not suggesting there is a problem. Mr. Fletcher knows these things. I think I'm very clear with him. I think in many of my conversations, why you will not ask your people to be cooperative. This is not only with me, like I said. I think in one instance, elected official asking documentation, I went to his office, I went to Ben. Why we're not providing documentation? Right or wrong? I think I encourage all of you, I know I'm mindful, I work for you, but I encourage you to address that issue. Until that, today, travel, tomorrow, car allowance, the day after tomorrow, purchase card, the result will be the same. Because until you realize we have something to work on, there is no improvement. I'll give you some of the examples I do. You ask, for example, why do you purchase pizza with a government card? They will pick some legitimate pizza they purchase, they talk about it, instead of the other pizza they purchase. General statement is not constructive. So when I discuss with you, I encourage and ask all of you not to generalize anything. Ask any question you want, specific. I will be more than happy to address it.
Okay.
Why I selected a travel audit first? When I was interviewed for this position, I received an email from City of Daytona Beach. The email said, I'm paraphrasing, use what you consider reasonable for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I said, I think there is a problem in this city, because reasonable for you is not reasonable for me. You cannot manage a taxpayer fund with subjective standard. So at that time I say, if I get a pleasure to be selected, that's my first audit. So our objective is to assess the travel policy, the travel expenditure, and to make constructive recommendation. No intention in my part to attack people. That's why if you read my report, there is no name. I did not mention who was difficult, who was spending money. I use an example. Why? I want to be constructive. The goal to be for me and for Mr. Fletcher is the same, to ensure we have efficient and effective city government with accountability and responsibility. When Mr. Fletcher and I speak, we should speak truth because integrity matters. If I make an error in this report, I'll be the first to admit. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you one. On the first report, I spelled the word esteem with S because I don't have an assistant. Making a mistake is not unique to the city government, but calling 2 + 2 is 7 will make it unique. So we start an audit, and what we find out is the following. For starter, the city has outdated travel policy. Do not define how much is allowed for breakfast, dinner, or lunch. Some will think this is a paperwork thing. It is not. I'll tell you the reason. Because without that specific definition, it's very difficult to hold people accountable. Without that specific limit amount of money, people use what they consider or believe reasonable. For some people, staying Ritz-Carlton is reasonable on your personal money. When you use a taxpayer fund, you must use the most economical method possible. Why? Because you are interested to manage the citizen money. This is not your money. So I asked Mr. Fletcher and his staff the importance of updating a travel policy. So now I think, I know in some cases they say he doesn't have no evidence in the stuff. I asked him, Mr. Fieger, is here. Your travel policy is not outdated, Mr. Fieger? Your city government travel policy, is it outdated or not? Exactly.
We're updating our policy.
The question is, the current policy is outdated or current?
It's outdated.
Exactly. The reason why I'm asking you, because I heard some statement, we are writing audit report without evidence. So I'll work one by one to show you every single thing in our report has sufficient evidence. The second point is lack of supporting documentation. Centrally tracked. You go to any place, there is a central filing mechanism. Why that is important? It's not just for me. When you elected official ask those documents, if we have centrally review and file document, the only thing the staff have to do is pick that document, copy, and give it to you. Today, you ask any document, they need more than 30 days because they need to gather information from different departments. You know another problem with that? How do I know they provided me all of the documents? For example, for me to determine, or for anybody to know, we review all of the travel expenditure. We need to match the total receipt with the general ledger. That's not existed. It will not match. Why? Because each department have their own way of handling filing system. I said to Mr. Fisher, you have to change this. The staff, as a part of their day-to-day activity, should review and file documentation properly. So that Mayor Henry asks documentation, it's not rocket science. We just go to the file, we make it a copy, we give it to him. You ask a documentation, the same thing. Now the amount of time that the city staff is spending is unbelievable.
Is what?
The amount of time they are spending to gather documents from different people. You ask, they need to find paperwork. You ask, they need to do it another time. You all talk about efficiency when I was interviewed for this position. This is what efficiency is about.
What you're saying is if someone requests something, when they go to the clerk is running around to different departments trying to collect.
That's exactly what I went through.
Okay, yeah,
Exactly.
that's what I thought
Yeah,
you
so
were
our
saying.
recommendation is you need to have a central filing mechanism, especially for financial documents. Sir,
Central filing mechanism for financial documents.
exactly. This is not, by the way, a rocket science or unique thing. Every organization I have audited has those
Yeah, I
documentation.
saw that.
And Mr. Bellichu, that you were asking questions. Many of the answers also are part of my responses to you as well. So I just want to let the commissioners know that some of the responses of your questions that you are asking me are also part of the administrative responses that are part of the document as well.
Yeah, I'll go through your response, particularly about one of them. The reason why I'm explaining this thing is I think especially after me and you have discussion, I have saw yesterday on a press literally calling 2 + 2 is 7. And I'll
say
explain
that again?
I saw a statement made by his staff, factually inaccurate. I think that is totally unacceptable practice. I'll go through to Mayor, allow me. Huh?
Someone made a statement saying it's
About our work, I think.
about your audit.
Exactly. That's why
report.
I'm going
Okay.
through the process one by one. Now,
Are you speaking on behalf of the traveling audit?
no,
or
right now
the-
I'm talking just the travel. We'll get to the other audit.
Okay.
The third one is a budget variance related to travel expenditure. Now, I think some of you might say, they save money. They budgeted higher, they spend lower. That's the wrong way of thinking it. Because this is a clear indication their budget is not systematized, is not based on fact. If it is, the variance will not be this much. It's almost 100% variance from what they estimated. In addition, you have limited resource. Imagine if this is in every place, you, as the leader of the organization, deprive the ability to make informed decision because the data presented to you is inaccurate.
I personally don't find that to be that troubling, but do you all find that troubling? Because you underestimate your budget. There's an underestimated budget.
You
so,
overestimated, not underestimated.
I mean, you overestimated.
Yeah.
You overestimated how much you were going to spend.
Yeah.
So what he's saying
And
is
you
that
spent
there's
less.
too much variation of inflation. We have too many just bizarre numbers
Correct.
just all over the place.
So-
There is not one consistent sense of what it is, which means it's completely subjective each time.
Exactly.
It's a variation inflation.
In addition to that, look, you were struggling, I think, to appropriate some area. You need money, right? This kind of budgeting will deprive you from making informed decisions. So, Mr. Fletcher, in one point, he said, I think when we discussed this thing is on the press, none of the things are nefarious. That's his language. We're not suggesting anything nefarious up to this point, but whether nefarious or ignorance, incompetence, the result is the same. The damage is the same. It doesn't matter what the intention is. The result will do the
Was
same
this
damage.
number from 1 year, and was this consistent over, or was it consistent over several years?
This is 1 year, but it's almost 100% miss on the budget.
It's almost, yeah, I see
100%.
what the percentage is.
Exactly.
But I'm asking, is it over, I want to track to see if it's a consistent problem. Go ahead.
When I talk to the car allowance, you will see similar pattern.
Okay.
And I have another question.
Go
Well,
ahead.
not really. Yeah, it is kind of a question. So in this traveling audit report, I know I heard it's only a few mistakes. These were just examples of some of the things that you found, correct?
That is true. In
Okay.
addition to that, I am troubled by that statement for the following reason. A single penny should not be wasted inappropriately. A single penny, why? Why we are allowing? This is the tone I'm talking about. If you say, Mr. Fletcher, for example, say, this is immaterial, the entire organization under him will mirror that.
But Mr. Fiatra didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
And so, but I wanted to have clarity. My answers did not say that this was an issue. My answers say that there needs to be better forecasting in the future. So when someone says that these are only 1 or 2 or 3 items, I'm not saying that, because you're right. One issue, 1 penny spent the wrong way is problematic. So I just want to be clear that it's not someone saying that that was what the answer said.
I did not say you say that. I am though clearly saying, in some corner of your organization, I have this discussion with you in a greater detail. You have unaccountable people. You have people literally pushing back with elected official. We know better. That demonstrated in our audit too.
I don't, it's the elected officials' job to address who's holding them accountable, I want to hear about the audit. I don't.
The same thing with the audit.
Yeah, but
we encounter.
but hold it. I don't think it's appropriate for you to tell us about how his staff is getting along with the elected officials, because he can tell his staff not to talk to the elected officials. The elected officials have to talk to him. So I don't, we don't, they don't work directly for us. So you can carry on, but I just don't agree with that assessment that, and maybe some corners are pushing back, but I'm not in the office of the staff members like that.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm not running from one staff member's office to the next, so I'm not having problems with staff members. So
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
while I understand your disagreement, you are entitled to it. As an auditor for the city, efficiency and effectiveness matter to me.
They matter to me also.
Yeah, this resistance has a direct and material impact for efficiency because staff, for
But
example,
your audit is not about the relationship between the commission and the staff. Your audit, sir, is about travel audit.
Exactly.
It's not about
I
staff
am-
relationships with the commissioners.
No.
So that's not what I don't know what the rest of them want to hear. I want to hear about travel audit.
Look, what I'm saying, presenting is allow me.
I
This
think-
is not a unique
But I think,
circumstance
Mr.
pushing back
Boucher-
to the people.
Mr. Boucher,
Yes, ma'am.
if I can interrupt, I
You can.
think you're saying is when you've been doing the audit that you've had staff tell you, oh, that commissioner they just don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're,
There is
Am I-
that and money. I think there is, what I'm saying is, there is a push toward this accountability. So I'm collaborating. What the experience is not unique to me. What the experience is an issue of a culture. That's what I make an example. But look, you don't have to agree with me. I am
And I
just
don't.
voicing my experience.
And I do not.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's perfectly fine. Another thing is excessive meal cost. Premium car rental and use of valet parking. We identified a specific example. For example, our review identified an instance where an individual incurred $135 expense for a single dinner. We also provided illustrative example. Another employee paid $40.66 per day for valet parking. On May 24, we said city employee traveling to attend conference claim reimbursement for lunch, even though lunch was provided as a part of the conference. We came across a receipt totaling $90.89 for dinner purchase with purchase card while attending a conference in Orlando without an itemized receipt. Why itemized receipt is important? Because without that, we will not be able to tell whether this is for food or for drink. Employee of a city rented Chevy Suburban vehicle for $114 per day. We contacted the particular car rental places and we learned on that particular day there is economy car rental available for much cheaper price. City employee spent $70.79 for dinner before tax. We did a search in that area. The average dinner price is between $20 and $30. And many more. 5, lack of proper request and authorization of travel. Under normal circumstances, when you travel for business purpose, you request with proper justification. You said, I am planning to travel for the following reason. This reason will related with my job, and the supervisor will review and approve it. In some cases, there is no any documented purpose for the training. There is no limitation for city employee how many times they will travel per year. So some of the travel, we are unable to identify a travel for luxury or a travel for necessary thing. In my audit report for transparency, I clearly wrote, I am not suggesting no need of travel. I'm not suggesting no need of training. What I'm suggesting is it should be properly documented, reviewed, and approved when people are traveling. Look, I am fully aware, and some of you will not probably support or like what I'm saying, but it's my job, I think, to tell you what I found with an evidence. That's exactly what I'm doing. Another instance, for example, this is me and Mr. Fiecher disagree. An employee with meaningful position in the city travel business class air ticket. And we try to give a benefit of doubt. I asked the particular employee, why is that business class? The justification I was provided because this business class was a refundable ticket. I called the same airlines and I asked, do you guys sell a refundable economy class ticket? The answer was yes. Look, like I said, I'm not troubled by some of the things I found. I was troubled by some of the justification or the inability to understand the mistake made and to move for corrective action. Now, Mr. Fiecher disagreed with my assessment, and he said the same thing to me. Let's think for a minute. If their justification is accurate, every city employee travel for work should have flying business class ticket. Why only unique for one employee? I called in many of locality in Florida, and I asked business class travel allow in your organization. The answer is unanimously no. Not a single city organization told me that. If you have, for example, a medical problem, a doctor write note to you, it's fine. So this is what I'm talking a little bit, dear Mayor Henry. Erroneous mileage calculation. So in many of the cases, some staff live outside city of Daytona Beach. They calculate mileage from their home to the training place. Remember, each employee have to come to work for free. So the normal calculation should be from City Hall to the training place. In some instances, people charge from here to Orlando 4 times. We asked why 4. We were told, I drove the car, my husband returned the car, later my husband came to pick me up and returned back. We try to make it as it makes sense, and we ask in Orlando what parking will cost, and we find the price much lower. Look, this is why I am saying to you, the policy is important. These employees are not at fault because there is no any guiding policy for them what is allowed, what is not allowed. I think that contributed to some of the things I'm talking about. Lack of itemized receipt. So if somebody say to you, I pay for lunch $100, and the receipt is a copy of the credit card document, how do you know they buy drink, they buy alcohol, or they buy food? There is no any mechanism to know. So we are suggesting to Mr. Fiecher, all of this recommendation, if it implemented, it will increase efficiency, it will increase effectiveness, it will provide proper guidance. Unnecessary travel costs and lack of documentation for training. I'll give you an example. A particular employee attended a training traveling to Orlando while the same training is provided virtually. And some employee from this city attending the same training in virtual situation. Another even, there is some.
Okay, no.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, I don't get the same thing virtually that I get when I go to a conference, so I do believe that sometimes that is a reasonable occurrence, but.
We also understand that. But this particular employee in 1 year traveled more than 3 times.
Traveled more than 3 times?
Exactly. I understand the live training will give you acquaintance with your coworker and everything. So we verify if this is one travel, one time for a particular person, what you are saying makes sense. This is why I am suggesting earlier, generalizing things is not a good way of defending. While, for example, what you are saying is very important and relevant and understandable, but there is other cases here because the travel per given year is not one. That will make it unnecessary. In addition to that, even in another organization, for example, when people travel, you are required, whenever it is available, to bring an evidence of you attended training. For example, in JFO training, which I am a member of, when we go, they will give us a certificate of CPE. We will bring it to our organization. I know, your facial expression. How you will know somebody say, I traveled Texas for training, whether they attended the training or they were just vacationing.
Okay.
So this is briefly, our finding and the proper recommendation for Mr. Fiecher. Mr. Fiecher clearly agreed with all of it except one. And here I brought you the Yellow Book guidance. So the Yellow Book guidance, I will hand it to you. It says clearly, when the audited entity comments are inconsistent or in conflict with the finding, conclusion, or recommendations in the draft report, the auditor should evaluate the validity of the audit entity comment. So by the standard we are using, I am allowed not only to audit, but also to evaluate the comment. Because we want, I think the basic principle or idea behind this logic is, we want people running a government to be honest, to accept responsibility. When that's not existed, the auditor have a right to make an opinion about the response. I think that's exactly what I did related to the business class flight. I again pleaded and encourage you. I think some of your comment, and I'm fully aware, not to see this thing as simplistic, because that will send a wrong tone to the entire organization. I am in a view, you care for every penny the citizen trusted you to manage for the city. So any of this incident should, while it is not nefarious, I think it should be taken seriously. And we should all work together to develop and implement corrective action, rather than saying, I think, this is not material, or this is one incident, and many other things, because I think that will give the wrong signal to the entire organization. Thank you.
I'm in total agreement with a lot of this traveling audit. The policy is very old. I know we're looking at it because I do think there's some misuse of money personally myself in here. Not saying intentionally on here, but I do think, oh, it's not my money. I'll spend $100 dinner, whatever. We need some policies. I know when I went to Nevada, I was there Tuesday through Friday, ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What is that? Tuesday, Wednesday? No, what day did I go? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I think 3 days. I only spent $127 period on food, or something like that. $127, $137. And that was for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and that was 3 days, because I knew it wasn't my money to spend. So I do agree with you. We do need to look at this. I do have a question, and I know it's out there, and this is the car allowance. And first of all, I want to make it clear, I did not know we were giving out all this car allowance, because that does not come before the commission whatsoever. And it actually, well, I guess you're saying it's in one of our budgets in the CRAs, but we don't actually see who's getting what and what they're doing. So I'll make that correction. But I do have a comment, because I have done taxes, and there was something in that report I would like you to explain, and I'm not just concentrating on that, because I do think there is other things that we need to make correction on. But I want to clarify, on one of them it says some of employees might not be paying taxes on the car allowance. Now, the way I'm looking at it, let me finish before you answer, is, okay, so I've had 1099s because I've had my own business, and I know I have to write off my mileage, do all this when I'm filing my taxes. And usually an employee will receive a W-2 form. So I was a little confused by that, but then I started thinking, is it not the whole, they're not being taxed the whole gross income? So I'm going to give an example. Just say someone is making a salary of $20,000, which we know they're making a lot more than that, and then they're getting a car allowance of $10,000. So are taxes being taken out of the $20,000 you're saying, and then the $10,000 they're not taking out the FICA taxes? That's where I'm a little confused. If you could clear that up. And then I do have a couple more questions to the commission, because I'm a little concerned about these car allowances, and it was nothing in your report. But Mr. Belchu, please explain.
Thank you. I think this is why I was totally disappointed. I think by the comment made from Mr. Fisher's office. I think after I thought we are in collaborating and working towards.
If you can talk loud, so because I'm having a hard time too. I'm sorry.
Working to the same goal. I think when it comes to the tax issue, there is multiple potential problem in here. I think for a starter, I use a selected word potential or maybe. Why there will be a potential problem? The city not only give car allowance money, the city give car for stuff, for some stuff. That's fringe benefit. You know, if you allow me, I'll bring the IRS material in my luggage outside. IRS clearly said, both are taxable. Now, I have an email, I sent Mr. Fiecher copy on that email. I asked one of the higher official of, the deputy of Mr. Fiecher, is the city track tax for employee? And the answer is flat out. I can read it directly in the email.
Can you read that for me, please?
Let me go and bring it.
I'm sorry.
No.
Do you have that email? Okay. Where did he have to go get that email? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure he didn't have to go all the way out to his car or something.
You know, before he goes, I'm just gonna say this. You should have been last. And I'm gonna say this because you got one over on me, not you. But what they're gonna do is get their story out, and then when we get to discuss it and there's feedback, they're gonna be out the door again. I'm just telling my colleagues that that's
Well,
what's gonna happen.
We can
But-
move up Mr. Fiecher's response.
But I'm just telling my colleagues that's what's gonna happen. Go ahead. That's what I view is gonna happen. Not that has nothing to do with you.
Well, when
Go
he's
ahead.
done, we can make a motion to move him up.
Well, we can do that later,
Yeah.
but, okay, keep it, let's not, yeah.
For the record, I was literally forced to discuss this because in public, they defame me and my report. I think that's what I'm forced to
Oh,
say.
yeah,
this.
we want you to go
Yeah,
over your.
I'm going to read the thing. For example, I think one of the things was said, our audit report is not supported with an evidence.
Is what?
They make a statement, the audit report is not supported with evidence.
Okay. With evidence.
Yeah.
There's contention over this issue, so
it is
let's
not
go.
one, they say several.
I know, but I
Exactly.
just.
Okay, let's go over the one that you.
I'm
We have
about to
more.
go.
I just have this
And
question.
you're quite natural. I think you're coming across a little offended, but let's just talk through it and get through it.
Exactly.
Okay.
I said on my introductory email, I wanted to confirm that I have accurately captured the car allowance process for the city of Daytona Beach. Based on my understanding, please let me know if any of the following items are not correct. This is the email, you are in it.
Please speak up, I'm sorry.
I say, for example, one of the first question I asked, in some cases, the car allowance is approved as a part of employee compensation rather than demonstrated job-related travel need. The officer responded, this is accurate. Does the city track any tax implication for flat car allowance versus accountable plan reimbursement under IRS rule to ensure proper payroll tax treatment? We do not track any tax implication of an employee receiving an auto allowance. This is a direct quote of a response from the people who work for you.
Can you continue reading?
Employee pay income tax on the auto allowance stipend. This is two different things. when we allow, if the city allow to provide vehicle or car allowance without tracking mileage, we are asking the city to pay additional 3 tax on the behalf of employer. So I think, when they said, we selected carefully this method over that method, the evidence clearly supports they selected the best method work for them, not for the city. I don't know what can I do.
Oh, His microphone is going in and out? Yes. And I can hear.
So, for example,
You've received your payroll stubs since you've been here, correct? And you do get a salary because you stated it in your car allowance. Now, is on your stub, is all your taxes been taken out for the salary that you get for car allowance?
you will not know that because I think
That's what I need you to
tax
explain,
work
I'm
in the
sorry.
United States as follows. This is not unique for the city of Daytona Beach. The entire country tax work like this. You receive payment. I don't know what can I do.
Yes.
Can they turn
Could
that
you all bring out a cordless mic, please?
See, the tax system works like this. You receive for regular payment. You receive payments throughout the year, and at the end of the year, you will file your tax. So if it is over, IRS will ask you to pay more. If it is less, vice versa. Some of the potential problem I see in here,
And that's why I'm asking you, are you talking about FICA taxes?
all of the tax, all federal tax,
No, out of the,
FICA,
out of the car allowance.
exactly, the car allowance is.
So are they being charged the full amount of FICA taxes out of the car
We will
allowance?
not know.
Okay,
There is no any way to know because, like I said,
You don't
so,
know.
like I said, Commissioner, allow me to talk about this if you.
okay, well, I do have other questions, but I'm just trying to find out this because it has been all over.
I
And-
cannot tell that.
And
why
I
use the
know when
language.
someone gets their W-9 at the end of the year, they're gonna go file their own
Commissioner,
taxes.
you gotta let him answer the question.
Okay, but he
I
wasn't answering the
intentionally use the
question.
word may.
She's saying you're not answering her question.
No, I am trying to answer the
Okay.
question exactly.
Let him go
I
and
use
then
on
come
my
back.
audit report, if you see, the word may.
I'm sorry.
Because I use the word may. May create a problem.
Okay,
The reason why I say, for example, some people will take home a car, right? Those are fringe benefits, and they have the document in here from IRS. That's taxable. So in order to tax that, the city need to track, for example, whether the mileage these people are using for business versus personal use.
I give.
A very complicated process, right? So I said, first of all, I think the method you choose, not favorable to the city, burden the city for additional tax. Because if you pay money just as a compensation, now the employer have a responsibility to pay federal tax
On the amount.
and 3 different tax. So additional burden. In addition to the
understand
350 we
that.
are paying, it will force the city to pay additional money. I calculated roughly about $35,000 additional. If you use the accountable method, first of all, the amount of money will be a whole lot less than $350. You know what $350,000 with IRS rate? It's about 522,000 mileage. The city staff, for business purpose to travel, 500,000 mileage to reach that number.
Okay, can I interrupt with my colleagues? I understand about his car allowance thing, and I do think there is a problem that we do need to look at because the city is liable. If we're giving car allowance to employees, and I know they're saying some is not even leaving the office, which I think we definitely need to look at that. But the ones that are using their cars on city time and they're driving around, and if they get in a car accident, their insurance is going to pay for their car. But that person, that if it was their fault, and that person that was hurt, we could be liable for a lawsuit. The city could, as well as the employee driving, because they are receiving car allowance during work hours. Also, the only way, and I don't think that's happening in the city, is that employee needs to contact their insurance company, and it's called indemnify, I believe it's called. Right, and we should have a copy of that in our files so the city is not liable when they are driving around on car allowance. Do you get what I'm saying? And Mr. Fisher, that would be something I think we really need to look at.
Good.
Mr. Mayor, indulge me just a couple of minutes.
Yes.
I think first of all, I have a tremendous respect to all of you, but I have a professional responsibility to speak what I believe objectively. Now, when it comes to car allowance, Mr. Fletcher and the staff attack my credibility and my audit, and I want to go one by one. Why they say their statement is inaccurate? They said many things in the audit report is not supported. Let's just go one by one.
Mayor, I have a point of clarification. Aren't we going over the travel report? Not that I'm saying that this report is not important, because what you're bringing up is very important. We are inundated with all this information. Can we just start with the audit on the travel? He gave his report. I would like to know what the city is going to be doing to address the concerns, and then can we move on to that? Is that okay with everyone else?
Yeah, I think we were making a motion to move him up.
We'll get to that. We got time.
And also, I just want to
Just
say
1 minute, yeah.
that we're going over a report of the auto allowance that I have not had
Correct.
the ability to respond to. And I have been requested to do interviews today, have conversations about the report, which I am not going to do. I am trying my best to make sure that I have the ability and staff to respond to that. So the media is going to have 10 or 20 stories over the next 3 to 4 days that staff will have to monitor. And I have not been able to even review in full detail to provide him back with responses on tomorrow based off of the time frames that he's asking for. And so I don't want to engage in a dialogue back and forth about a report that I am only in the draft stages of looking at myself or responding to. So I don't want to go into the auto allowance because that doesn't do justice for me or the organization.
And
Mayor,
Mr.
allow me
Bell,
just one point and I'll leave. I think what he said is fair, but what was not unfair is he said he did not review the report. Now he says that. Yesterday,
No.
his staff said my audit report is inaccurate.
Okay, you're living in your feelings.
100%.
Okay, get out your feelings, brother.
It is not about feeling, it is about factual
Yeah,
statement.
but you keep saying that they attacked your report.
100%.
They gave you, they gave some feedback. We gotta, okay, let's just stick to your facts and just tell us what you see, because you don't agree. They said some things that maybe they shouldn't have said. Okay, but let's just move through.
Mr. Belchu, how many days did you give Mr. Fletcher to respond?
10.
10. And was that business or calendar days?
10 days means 10 days, not business. 10 days means 1 to
Okay.
3 days from the day.
I think we need to make a policy. It'll be business days if we're gonna want a response from Mr. Fletcher. So instead of calendar days, because we were closed 2 days, Thursday and Friday for Thanksgiving.
And not only closed, but I was on vacation
Were you on
last week.
vacation? Yes, for the whole week. Right.
Okay, so I think we need to make a motion
Commissioner
that it's
Cantu,
10
may I
business.
interrupt? The only reason why I pulled 8A off of the agenda, because I have a protocol of what I would like to share with the commission on how audits
Well,
should be.
we're not there yet, but when we'll
No,
get
but
to
it
there.
will have that information of how many days everyone has to respond, when
Okay. Well,
drafts
I'm
should be
doing
giving.
what I want to do right now, and then you'll
Okay.
have your turn. Thank you, Commissioner. But when we get to the consent, I just believe that, and I'm happy, but I do believe that it should be business days instead of calendar days to give him a chance to respond. Because your response will be finished, what, Thursday, you
I
said?
anticipate reviewing it tonight before I leave here.
Okay.
And updating stuff that I've been working
Okay.
on.
So if we want to come back for the car allowance, I mean, unless anyone want to hear it now.
Y'all don't want to hear what he's saying on the car allowance?
I kind of would like to hear, and then
I
we'll
don't
hear
want
his
to
response.
interrupt what he's doing.
Yeah, let him
He needs to
finish.
be able to complete what he has to say. So,
I can't
and
respond to it.
I respect and want to get to your point, but he has to be able to finish. Go ahead, sir.
So, on the car allowance, I think some of the things I found is as follows. For a starter, a city of this size is paying $350,000 in car allowance. This is in addition to a take-home vehicle for many employees throughout the city. So the total car allowance amount is not just 350, because there is additional people have full-time taking car home. I think, my suggestion and recommendation was based on fact. I think you should consider to take a look at and to make determination who need car allowance and who don't need. Some people, in my observation, have 100% office job, have car allowance. I asked and get a confirmation while he was CC on it. Is the city giving car allowance without proper need as a part of compensation? The answer is yes. So I said, if the city believes some employee is not paid well, the best thing to do is to adjust their salary, not to pay car allowance to compensate the salary deficiency. Remember again, the Honorable Mayor and Commissioner, I'm not suggesting no car allowance is needed, no. As a matter of fact, my first page report voluntarily disclosed how much money I'm receiving as a car allowance personally, because I think that's required from my position I'm holding to be fully transparent. That is the first thing I started, and I never suggested no car allowance. So one of the things, my finding also, I said, the current city car allowance policy is written in 1991.
It's ridiculous.
This is what I think they said. Many of my finding is not supported. I have the copy of it. I send an email, again, I don't want to just write things. And I ask, is there any plan to revise or update the policy? And the response was Mr. PHR was CC on it. Unless your recommendation is to make a change to the policy, we are not considering updating the 1991 policy.
Mr. Bellichu, could you go on and read the remainder of it?
If you are going to recommend a change, I would ask you to provide a template policy for the city to use in updating its policy. So this is a clear demonstration. His staff expecting me to do not only audit work, their work, to write a policy on their behalf. This is the thing I'm talking about, lack of awareness. So in this recommendation for transparency, I wrote below. Following this exchange, the city manager informed me that his office is actively working with the appropriate staff to revise and update the policy. So I always write full and complete story. I did not write the one person who said we are not reviewing. For transparency, I also wrote, he told me otherwise. As a matter of fact, when me and you have conversation, you agree with me. You sort of offended with the comment by your staff. When press asked, you and your staff suggested I write fiction.
I don't see where staff said that. I did want to say for the record, though, because I asked for information, because I wanted to know in reference to the auto allowance. The auto allowance goes back to about 1999, where it was part of compensation. This was a process that's gone forward. So I have, out of the 1,000 employees, we have about 83 employees who are getting a car allowance. I have all of their names, what they do. And so part of the reporting that we're going to do in my response will be to see if those employees actually do go somewhere. And that's where me and Mr. Bellichu would have a dialogue, because right now there may be an employee that he's going, they don't go anywhere. But if an employee is able to communicate to me that my responsibility takes me to this facility, that facility, that's part of the discussion. So this does go back to 1999. I'm looking at all of the ones that have literally been approved from 2021 and 2022, and they're based on people filling positions that already receive this as part of their compensation. But this is a very, 1991, I think you said was the date, but 1999 is when I have a list of every single employee that are past and present that were receiving a car allowance part of their compensation. And that's where I think Commissioner Cantu is talking about, we should evaluate.
I have a question. When is the last time, or if we have ever had one, a classification composition study?
Hasn't been
And
one
that's
since
for
I've been here.
salaries on,
Yeah, it hasn't been here since.
Employees.
It hasn't been here. But all of this, since I've been here, I haven't seen one, but
Okay.
all of this information will be part of the answer for
1991.
Mr. Belichick. And also, we will be providing the actual policy updates to you as well. But yeah, it goes back to 1991.
Look, I don't want to get, I think,
Wait, what's that document?
it says
the
1991.
policy. 1991 policy.
1991, it's not
Okay.
1999. I have more copy, I can give it to you.
Yeah.
Can I ask
Yeah,
a
we all
question?
need the same policy.
I'd like to ask a question as well.
Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Wait.
Go ahead.
My question is I have a packet here that says travel audit report. I don't have any documentation for the what he's talking about with car allowance and that sort of stuff. How did we get there
I
to
emailed.
this without us having anything to go on when originally we were going to get a travel audit report? What do we got happening here? How did I miss out?
because he was talking about the IRS,
I asked
The
him
taxes.
if you don't mind.
well, you didn't say,
Commissioner,
you
I
said,
think
how did we
you're
get here?
probably busy, did not see, but I emailed for all of you the car allowance. travel
saw
audit.
that.
Exactly.
But my agenda says we were going to talk about the travel.
You are
audit.
100% right.
Here we are, so keep going. But
Yeah.
I just think it is kind of a,
Mr. Fisher, I have to say
Being
something.
switched.
let's don't change subjects in the middle of a presentation.
Okay.
You want me to continue or stop?
Well, I think the consensus is that we ought to stick with what we came here for.
Okay.
And I agree with that. I just get into listening to something and I can listen because I go all over the place. I'm scatterbrained. But I agree with, he's right. We should stick to what our agenda is and what we're supposed to talk about.
No problem.
Okay.
May I ask some favor, I think, in front of all of you and the citizen? I think when the city employee make a opinion or statement on press, I think they should state fact. Because I think it will affect people's credibility. It will affect many things. I think what is said yesterday is inappropriate, by all accounts, is inaccurate. Especially yesterday, I have a meeting with Mr. Fletcher just discussing this. Let's work together. Let's not make things complicated. We have the same goal. We need to collaborate. We need to address the issue. I go home and I read a report disappointing and inaccurate and defaming. I think, I have worked in a higher level of U.S. government. Many people know and familiar with my name. It is inappropriate, I think, what's done yesterday.
Okay.
May I ask a question? I was looking at your methodology, and you said you used a judgmental sample. Who was your sample size? Because I'm curious, with 1,000 employees, how did we manage to find what percentage did we go for? What percentage did you look at?
In the car allowance, 100% of
Not
it.
car allowance, in the travel expense.
In the travel expense, in our audit guidelines, there is a way to calculate sample. So I used the yellow book sample calculation method, and I did, remember, Commissioner, my intention is not to attack each of the employee or Mr. Fletcher. My responsibility, I thought, was to highlight and show them why we need to improve some of the things so that so I don't have to do all of the things. I need to illustrate an example
Sure.
for him and the staff.
So
to see.
this was not random, though, in terms of you picked people who traveled out of state.
Not at
So
all.
how did
Not
you
at all. Not
how'd
at
you
all.
do that?
Exactly. We have a specific guidance, what number to pick from the list they gave it to us, and we
Okay.
follow that standard.
Okay.
I think I share the work paper with him. I have his written response. In private, I think he agreed with all except one. Look, I know, I think the Honorable Mayor and some of you did not see the importance of a collaboration with independence and speaking the truth and the willingness and the ability to say, look, I think there is some place, there is an improvement needed. Let's work together to make improvement.
You said that I didn't want the truth and collaboration?
No, I did not say that.
Didn't say that.
Well, I want to make sure, what did you say? You said
No.
the
Didn't
honorable
mention you.
mayor? Yes, he did. He said the honorable mayor.
No, I think the honorable mayor to hear me what I'm saying.
That's all he's saying.
Oh, okay, I want to make
He
sure
was-
I understood,
No,
because
no,
I
no.
did, he followed it up.
No, I think
Okay.
I am saying, every single day when I meet with Mr. Fisher, my conversation is the same. I think
Okay.
he can say, let's work together. Let's focus addressing issue instead of having defensive position.
Okay.
And I think that's why it was shocking to me. Shortly after we met and discussed and agree, what I saw on the press, actually, a friend called me from DC, and they said, now you are writing a fiction? I say, where do you get that? I think the city manager and the staff wrote for the press. That's totally unfair. They said many of his report is unsupported. I think if you allow me, I'll ask him one by one. Which one is not supported?
You've already expressed this sentiment. Okay, we understand.
I thank you, and actually, I appreciate it, and I do think we do have a serious problem that does need to be addressed, especially policies within the entire city.
Okay.
So at this point, does Mr. Belichiw help us with setting a policy, or is it the city goes ahead and we do that? Okay.
City.
Okay. All right. Before we go forward,
He didn't address
and
the
I,
investigation.
Mr. Belichick, he has one more item.
oh, here's another
You have
item.
to request the commissioners to allow for you to move forward with a new investigation.
So one more thing is, I'm here today. I have received a tip because we created now a hotline report. People can report anything they pick up that, right here. Thank you. Because we created a hotline for any person in city of Daytona Beach to tell us what they are seeing inappropriate thing, I received a unanimous tip about allegation of, I will be careful here because this is just allegation and I don't want to defend people, so I will not say a name. But the allegation generally is stating two employees in the city, one is subordinate, one is supervisor, engage in intimate relationship, and they are using and abusing a taxpayer fund as a quid pro quo. And I am asking all of you, this will not be an audit, this will be an investigation, to open an investigation related to this matter and report it to you, if you approve.
How are they using city funds? Like, how are they misusing?
So the allegation was the supervisor in question allowing the subordinate who allegedly have a relationship to acquire different personal items using the city purchase card. And also in some cases approving a lavish travel to travel together to continue this relationship. Keep in mind, this is allegation. At this point, if you approve, I will do full investigation. Most of you know from my credential, I am a certified fraud examiner. And I'll report back to you whether this is true or just basically a he said, she said thing. I am asking you to approve it for the following reason.
You're asking us to approve?
Exactly, because if the allegation is true, we don't know at this point.
What is it again?
The allegation is a supervisor have a sexual relationship with subordinate, and because of that relationship, he allow this person to use the P card for personal reason. Now, this is allegation. We don't know whether true or not, but if it is true, it is serious and concerning in my.
Do we have policies on
Well, yeah, you can't.
that employees dating other employees? I'm just
Supervisor
curious, I don't know. Huh?
Supervisor subordinate?
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know, we do.
Yes, that's just
Okay.
normal, that's just doesn't matter.
I just don't know,
Guilty.
our policies are not updated.
Look, this is your decision. If you approve it, I will do the investigation. If you don't do it, I will say, I cannot do anything about it.
We have an anti-nepotism policy. This is the first time hearing of it, so I don't have nearly enough information to know whether it might be implicated by this. We also have more general policies, regardless of whether there's apparent nepotism, about misuse of city funds. And the allegations apparently reported in the tip involve a highly dramatic reason why there might have been a misuse of city funds, but they apparently do involve an apparent misuse of city funds. So presumably, if Mr. Bellici were to investigate this and not find any evidence of fraud, waste, and abuse, but that there might be violations of other policies, my understanding from previous discussions with Mr. Bellici is at that point he would forward the matter over, for those issues that are outside of his sphere to the appropriate city organization, HR or the manager.
Ben, I did have a question. Is this this is a personnel matter that should go through HR, in my opinion, first, unless the thing that's coming up, he's saying that there might be a use of funds, but I want to make sure we protect the rights of employees, whether they're because they have rights too if they're union employees. I don't want us to get into the thing that the commissioners are now engaging in something that could come back. And so I want us to just be clear.
It may make sense first to treat the personnel issues so that you can do that with regard to those rights. And if there is a financial issue, deal with that separately.
And I'm just saying this, I don't want anyone to think that I'm trying to take it away. You're the attorney, and I just want to protect the interests of the cities from a personnel matter, because we do have representation by unions for police, fire, and some general employees.
So you are a lawyer. You need to answer this because he's the auditor. You're our attorney. There's our manager.
Well,
we need to know where
this is your choice, and you can send it in either direction. And in either direction, whoever's doing the investigation would need our office's assistance. However, I think in part because Mr. Bellici is new to the city and the state, it may make sense if there's going to be an investigation of this to start it through the HR process. And then once that's done, then you independently research the financial issues.
And another reason that it would be beneficial to go through HR is because if there is no HR infraction, then the likelihood of the person given the benefit is less likely. So in other words, if I'm the supervisor and I'm not courting a subordinate, then I'm not likely giving the subordinate that benefit. So I think, but if you find that the supervisor is courting the subordinate, then you would allow them to, you want to do the investigation on to see if he's giving them an improper benefit. So.
For full disclosure, just one
Yes.
question. I asked the people who are reporting this, why me? Why not HR? They said it's a part of the management group, and will not be willing to go through HR because in the past, people done those kinds of things, was
I've heard that.
pushed out, and many other things. So I'm not suggesting you need to do anything else, but multiple people, it's not even one person. Alleging is an important word. Speaking out in city of Daytona Beach has consequence.
Has consequences.
Consequence. And I think 2 or 3 people reach out to me. All of them, they allege they lost their job. They push back. They were excluded from doing their activity because of this. They say you open a line.
What about all three
I told
working
them,
together?
I don't have the authority to conduct an investigation unless the city commissioner approves. I think you can decide either way you want, but I think for background, you need to know the entire thing.
Okay.
I'm curious, Mr. Belchu, our attorney, manager, why can't they work together on this issue?
Well, if you assign this to Mr. Bellici, I'm absolutely available to give him legal advice to avoid some of the issues that we talked about. So.
I think if you approve for me to conduct an audit, some legal issue, I'll ask opinion, but I will not share information before I complete the investigation with the city manager.
No, I don't want it.
Well, that's,
It will be inappropriate.
yeah.
I don't need him to share anything with me. I don't need him to share anything with me. What I'm saying is that employees have rights. That is it. And we need to make sure that if there are allegations that are not substantiated, that information does not get out and cause a negative effect on that particular employee. That's all I'm saying, to protect us long-term from a legal perspective.
Well, let me just add that, and we're going to talk about this topic later. I think when we talk about the overriding policy in Florida, documents generated and received in the course of public business are public records unless exempted. The only exemption that applies here, and it's a big exemption while it lasts, is that the auditor's work papers and notes, as well as draft audit reports, are confidential and exempt until the audit report is final. When the audit report is final, those documents that were temporarily confidential and exempt, they're no longer confidential and exempt. So at some point, the information in those documents, unless there's a separate basis for an exemption in the statute that I'm not aware of, it would become part of the public record.
So just the fact that right now we don't know who we're speaking about at this time, but when he does his presentation, even the allegation comes out, the names will come out, or will they be not necessary to come out? If there's no evidence of this, do the names have to come out?
Well, whether the names come out, I think, is dependent upon what your practice would be, Mr. Bellichu. But if the names are in background documents, investigative documents, then after the audit report is final, those work papers and notes are no longer confidential and exempt under 119.0713, I think it is.
Okay, so at that point, are we exposed for anything legally?
Mr. Cruz, may I say something here? I think as far as I'm concerned, I will not provide the name because I think that will discourage people from coming to me and telling me some of the things they are observing. So I will not be able to give name. If the allegation is totally false, there is a possibility. I will come to you and I say, I did investigation and it's not substantiated. If the allegation is substantiated, though, I will work with Mr. Gross what to do about it.
Mayor Henry, I don't see any issue with doing a preliminary if they need to review that person's P card, and then he could see if there's anything to follow through, because one of the allegations was that the P card was used for personal travel. I think that's something that you could easily identify
Exactly.
by looking at it. And if there is anything that looks suspicious on the person's P card, then we can make a decision of how we want to move forward.
Did he say that the P card was used for personal travel or that they traveled together to an event?
Both.
Both.
And also purchase some equipment.
Was purchased somewhat?
There is an allegation of a promised promotion. I think the allegation included is many things.
That they purchased somewhat? I didn't understand what you
A
said.
personal item
Okay.
for the subordinate. Look, I want to be very clear. I don't have no evidence to determine whether this allegation is true or not.
Was the event a work-related?
No, I think the allegation is it's not, but we don't know, and I cannot speak about it before I open an investigation. It will be unprofessional. It will be something today I'm asking you not to do.
Yes.
I myself doing it. I will not be engaged in that.
I want to get it into the hands of one or the other and get it out of the public sphere and let the people deal with it where they deal with it.
Let's investigate, like Commissioner Parrish says, the P card.
I personally feel that human resources should be
HR.
involved. I'm in HR. This is an HR policy. I think that they should deal with this, particularly having 3 different unions here, and we just don't want to be in trouble.
Okay.
I think one of the challenge is just not I'm asking for you to approve for me to audit how HR will do. These people are not willing to talk to HR.
I heard you say that. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Is the purpose not of Mr. Balachu to be that outside person where there are no repercussions, there are no personal retaliations or attacks? He's just running his own. He doesn't know who the people are. He has no relationship with them. He doesn't spend time with them. There's been no social functions with them. He's a completely outside party. Was that not the purpose of this, of having an auditor?
Yes.
I think that is the purpose of having an audit. But once you get a situation like this, things change. This, to me, has to go through HR first.
And once he's here long enough, he will have those relationships. He's just brand new right now.
I think that's what the public likes about him. He doesn't have those relationships within the city at all.
He will.
I know he will, but as of right
Believe
now,
me,
he
when I
doesn't.
came today, for example, I am fully mindful. 5 of you will take out my job, but I will not be concerned for that.
I don't think
I will
you
tell you
will.
what I think is the right thing.
Not after this. Nobody's coming.
Yeah. I don't do that.
that's interesting.
And our community don't trust. I mean, he has no relationship with anyone, and
That doesn't have any, that does not trump the fact that this should go before HR first, so that we aren't in trouble with unions and getting unnecessary lawsuits. We need to go before HR first.
I disagree. I'm going to tell you why. If it's somebody in management, if the allegation is somebody in management, you're now working with your peers. You're investigating your peers, and I think that's more treacherous for everybody involved. We don't know who it is, but I think that it's going to be a relationship among peers. Do I think that can be impartial? I don't think so, because why? They know each other, and they have for years. Whoever it is, don't know who it is. So I don't think so, no. I think an outside audit is best. It's impartial. I like the impartiality of it. I think it's fair.
I like the impartiality of it also, but that's what HR does. These are employees, and that's what they do. That's what we do. Employee relations.
Can I ask the city attorney a question?
Mm-hmm.
Does the misuse of P-card funds fall under the purview of our city auditor?
Yes.
I make a motion that we direct the city auditor to investigate the P-card of the person in question.
I'll second it.
All right, do we have any other discussion? Yeah.
And this to investigate the P card.
Well, the motion is to investigate the P card, but
Yes.
we have an alternative. So it's not just to investigate the P card.
That's
It's
what the
whether you-
motion is.
Well, that's what this motion is. But the discussion can include what the alternative is. So is there any other discussion? You two have made a different assessment. Okay. We'll listen to residents or citizens if you have public comment.
So HR is not an auditor, it shouldn't be auditing a P card. So her
HR has
motion,
another function in this, and
Correct.
their function is to assess the inappropriate relationship.
and they still can do that.
Which is-
She's made a motion for the P card.
Even when you do the P-card, the names are going to come out, is what I'm concerned about.
The management knows why they're being investigated.
Well, I have a concern because as soon as this man does a report, it's not 20 minutes later, it seems like there's a public records request. And I don't want the names of these folks being involved in this if it's going to cause some form of HR liability. How do we make certain that that doesn't happen?
I think
That's my concern.
Mr. Belchu and the city attorney needs to
Attorney?
work.
Yeah, I mean, if you want more advice from me as far as potential liability, this is a new set of facts that I've just heard in the last 10 minutes. I would need more time to consider it. I can't give you better information or advice than I've given you at tonight's meeting without having the ability to go back and open up the books and look at the cases and assess that for you.
All right, HR. All right, what's your, all right, we'll take her. John, come on.
As far as the public is concerned, if there's an allegation, and as Monica stated, if Belichick does investigations, it falls right in his bailiwick. That's what he does. That's what you hired him for. And yes, it's true that HR makes friends, and if it happens, you don't know whether what if it's him? He's going to investigate himself? All right? We don't know who it is, all right? So regardless of who it is, it's a staff member in a position with an underling. The only one who we have right now who you've asked to look into irregularities in terms of money, and that's what Monica's saying, the P card.
I agree.
Nothing else. So all you're doing right now is checking, not relationships, you're checking the P card. Please check the P card.
So if we check the P card, the question is, well, the name, I'm concerned about the subordinate and the name of the subordinate coming out because that's where the liability comes in. I'm concerned about the liability.
Even all of our audit reports, we don't have actual names on it. We had titles on here, but we didn't have actual names.
Okay.
I mean, if you
that
noticed,
helps.
yes.
I will say all this because I was a little concerned that Letitia may have to be the one that provides the P card name. All of our P cards for the past 2 years will be back online shortly. So he may not even have to ask anybody. He might actually be able to just review it online. Any citizen could review it online. So that person that's making the complaint will be able to see all of their expenditures. So I was concerned because that's one of the concerns that Mr. Belichick has is if an IT person or the clerk's office could look at it, eventually anyone will be able to look and see what was expended on those P cards. So he won't even have to ask that name eventually.
Not all the receipts are up there. And
Yeah, I'm saying if he can't get what he wants from that, he may have to do more diving with someone, but eventually he should be able to see the expenditures of the P
Right.
card. Maybe not the receipt actually, but the P card expenditures.
Well, she already has that because I've gotten all the transactions with everyone's name.
That's what I'm saying. He may not even have to, if they're saying in the last year, he may not even have to ask anyone for additional information.
Yes, sir.
You'll need to look at the big picture. You hired an auditor. Is he finished? Is he done with his audit, or is he not done? Is he done or not done?
It's a different thing. We're on another topic.
Because if he's not done, you shouldn't even be having this discussion. You either let him know if he's done, or let him keep going. Stop playing games with him. I'm a contractor. Guess what happens when you sign the paper to contract? You no longer are in charge. I am. That's how it is. Is he done or is he not done? You're having all these discussions, wasting hours of people's time, getting nowhere. Is he done or is he not done? That's what's on the board here. Thank you.
Come on. Just come on. One at a time.
If you're going to speak, why don't you get up and line up on the side there? That way we know who all is going to speak. No, I was talking to Evelyn.
Just state your name so they can, and then fill out the paper after.
It's Brenda Bowser, 648 Mosaic Boulevard. I hear everybody's concerns here, and I see all the different angles. If we do investigate the P card, and that just falls under his realm, he meets with Mr. Gross. They decide if they need to go to the HR. The person stated they don't want to go to the HR. They will not file the complaint with HR. So what's the point of going HR first? No, they did say the person,
The whistleblower.
the whistleblower does not want to speak with the HR.
Correct.
So I just think we
And
can
so-
kind of bifurcate this a little bit. handle the one issue, see if there's anything tangible there, and then through council, then decide if they need to go through HR.
Okay.
That's pretty much what we're saying.
I can get with that. I just don't
Ms.
want the
Rodriguez?
subordinate to be on fire.
And we have people coming forward now because they were afraid to in the past.
Okay, go ahead.
Evelyn Rodriguez, Molly Road, Daytona Beach. I agree. No names. He hasn't finished all his audit. He already showed that there's a lot of discrepancy about travel, and it's all because policies. You're gonna give him a chance to curtail the policies so everything could be specific and people will know how to behave. But this issue, the allegation about the personal relationship, I don't think it's under his purview, but the purchasing card is. And it's just showing that this purchasing card was used for a non-acceptable item. No names have to be, because we don't even know if the purchasing card was issued to that person who used it. All that, and he has, I don't believe he has to say names. He could say a male employee, a female employee, and then just bring the fact. And then it's up to the city, then human resources, to address the misuse of funds, not the relationship, because that's already out. But
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. That makes sense.
My
Commissioner?
question, we're talking about just one P card and one person. We're not talking about P cards in general. One car, one person.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
All right.
and are we saying that this one person has perhaps had multiple relationships and now these people are coming forward? No, we're not saying that?
No, I
Okay.
think it's one relationship, one subordinate relationship.
Right, that's the one they called about, but then he said that there were multiple people now coming
No.
forward. So that might be
No,
other
they're telling-
relationships.
Callers.
They may be saying
Or other
something.
whistleblowers.
I think
Okay.
that all she's asked for, and all you've asked for, is that he evaluate the P card situation, not the personnel part. Okay.
All right, I can deal with
Anything else? All right, we have a motion on the floor.
For one P card.
One P card. That's all we got. Got a motion on the floor. We're gonna be P carding it here till midnight of the foreseeable future.
Do you want me to?
That's what it looks like. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye. Aye.
Oh.
Those opposed, same sign. Good job to you guys. Motion carries 7-0. I understand. Appreciate you bringing me into the enlightenment. What? We still on the consent agenda?
Mayor Henry, before,
10-minute break.
Okay. Okay.
Let us reconvene. Let us reconvene our meeting.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 7, which is citizen comments. This is the opportunity for citizens to address the city commission on any item that is on the consent agenda. My first speaker is Doyle Lewis, and on deck is John Nicholson. Oops, you're on here twice.
I'm a homeless person in the area. I was going to speak on the one I've been speaking on, but I already spoke on that one. So I'm going to go to the Ocean Walk Boardwalk access repairs. Please get that done. I love that area. Just whatever you're going to do, vote it in, vote it out, whatever. Please get that done. I mean, the more you talk about it, the higher the price gets. And I gotta go catch my bus. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is John Nicholson, and on deck is Evelyn Rodriguez.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. 3 things. One, on E, F, and K. E, again, the boardwalk. I don't know why. I understand the state wanted us to do breakaway stairs along the boardwalk. We put in breakaway stairs, and sure enough, within a year, they broke away, and it took us 1.5 years to put back the stairs. Then we put back a different kind of stairs, and within a year, they broke away. What happened is the steps popped. So every couple of stairs, 1 or 2 stringers popped so you couldn't use the stairs. So for 1 year or 2, the tourists couldn't get down to the beach. Now, I don't know when the last storm was. We've had so many lately. At some point, we have to consider that we're a tourist town and the boardwalk has 1,000, 2,000 rooms that use those stairs. Can we put in something that doesn't break away? Because having 1 year or 2 every year that they can't get down to the beach doesn't make sense. We're losing tourists for our prime reason is the beach. And if they can't get down to the beach, it makes no sense. So please put in something that doesn't break away regardless of what the state says, all right? Secondly, on item F, it says they're going to paint 10 lights poles. Doesn't say where. It just says ISB, somewhere between the ocean and the land, we're going to paint them. That's not clear enough for me, all right? Is it going to be beachside, which needs it, midtown, downtown? Where is it going to be, all right? And lastly, the funds for mayor and commissioners, it doesn't say anything. It just says you're going to vote on it. Is it an amount? Is it a continuation of the $500,000 you got before that you're going to still finish spending? It just doesn't say anything. It just says funds. So a little more clarification on that wouldn't hurt. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Evelyn Rodriguez.
Evelyn Rodriguez, Molly Road, Daytona Beach. I wanted to speak on 8A, but you pulled it. Should I speak on it now or wait?
No, you can speak on it separately. So if you have another item you want to speak on the consent agenda. Yeah.
Well, I had the same sentiments as John on 8F. 10 poles or 10 lights from A1A to D-Land. Doesn't say how many, where. I think the citizens should know because they should be prepared for any traffic changes during the time that they are doing this painting. So I think there should be a list and be more specific.
That was my final speaker for the consent agenda.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any conversation or comments? All right. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
move on to item 8A, is the item that was pulled from the consent agenda for discussion. So item 8A is a city auditor governing policy. This is a resolution of the City of Daytona Beach establishing the city auditor governing policy consistent with the city charter and city code and providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Paris.
Excuse me. Mayor Henry, the reason why I pulled it was for the purpose of this policy is to establish standardized and legal compliant reporting protocol. So from the initiation of the start of the audit, what documentation is provided to the city manager, us and department heads, and how we respond to it. I did print out a couple of, I do have the policy and procedure, and I would like for us to review it, and if we could ask staff to add it to this item and maybe bring it back at the next meeting so that they can make the appropriate changes. So on the first page that I provide, it's a flow chart. So it's just really easy. It tells you the start of the process all the way up to follow-up and monitoring. And the reason why I think that we needed more clarification on it, even as Commissioner Cantu pointed out before about time to respond, I put 10 to 30 days. I don't know if we want to change the time frame to 10 business days, 20 business days. And the reason why I did this also because at the last meeting, just for my context, a lot was said about the P cards. And a lot was said about contacts. I just want to note for the record, I didn't receive any formal documentation showing and explaining the context for the concerns that were raised. And I don't believe anyone else on this commission received that information either. I also want to respectfully say I don't agree on how the P card matter was handled internally and externally, or because it wasn't formally presented to us as a commission first so we could address it and find out what we need to do. And I think with this policy, it will help us know what the policies and procedures are for bringing forth an audit, how it should be presented, and how we should put in any kind of corrective action plans. Also, Commissioner Cantu, she does her homework. So anything she does bring to us, I don't take with a grain of salt. I know she's already done her homework. And I just want to say the reason why I put this policies together, so we're all on the same page, because we all have to work together. And I don't want any discrepancies to say that nobody knew how the audit should be presented and what the steps are. So I don't know if we want to look at this now, if you want to look it over, and then we could put it on for our next agenda to have it added to the auditor's policies. But I think it will help us.
We have not had a P card audit yet.
Audits in general.
Okay.
Yeah, this is for any financial audits that he's doing. So just to go quickly, so start of the audit process, field work and draft findings, draft report is issued to the city manager and department directors, then management's response 10 to 30 days or whatever you feel works better, so we get a response in time. Any kind of comments, corrective actions, supporting documentation, and then a final audit. When is an audit final? Because we have so many Florida statutes, legal issues that we have to comply with, sunshine laws. I think this comprehensively puts everything written down, so we're covered as a commission. The auditor could be independent, and we're still legally compliant with all of those findings. Then the final audit report will be issued to the commissioner, city clerk, city manager, and for the public website. And then we could have our public commission meeting where the auditor presents his findings. I thought we were going to have the city manager's corrective action plan at the same time, but now it's going to be at the comments section. And then if there's any public comment, because it is public funds that we're using, and then just what our actions are, that we accept the report, and then it's all about our corrective action plan. What are we going to do to move forward? And that's it. So I move that this item be continued to the next meeting so we could adopt the policies and procedures and have time to look it over.
I think it's something we need to talk to. I also think it's something we need to talk to the auditor, because this is what he's bringing forward. This is something different that we are wanting to do. Well, you are asking.
I did speak with him today to make sure that everything was compliant also with his yellow book procedures.
Is
I spoke
is
to,
he here?
I don't know if he's still here.
I think he said he was sticking around, but I can go look.
Okay.
And I
Because it
also-
would be nice to listen and make sure he's okay with this, because
Okay.
I'm fine if he's okay.
And I
I don't know
also
about
spoke
everybody
with
else.
Ben to make sure that all of the legal side, what we need to comply with, is complied with.
This is being presented. I just want to make sure you're fine. Well, we want to make sure you're fine with it.
Abinette, this was what I emailed this morning and then called you.
I'm fine. I will be fine.
Well, do we could add it now? I don't know if it needs to be revised in the resolution and in the policy itself to be added.
I think because the formatting's different and there's some overlap with the governing policy, the best thing would be to bring it back to you for next meeting as a document that Mr. Bellichew and I can draft and review and make sure is consistent with what you want, as well as the yellow book and the code and the charter.
I briefly review this. I did not see anything contradictory, but I think we can work together if you want.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? That you didn't see it? This is what I sent you.
No, I did not see any contradictory thing
Oh,
with the
okay.
yellow book.
Okay,
What-
but he's suggesting that you bring it back after.
No problem.
And that's what your
know,
motion.
Okay, so I made a motion to move this item, to continue this item till the next agenda meeting.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. We'll take public comment.
I do. Our first speaker is Evelyn Rodriguez, and on deck is Doyle Lewis, but I think Mr. Lewis left, so.
Doyle went to catch his bus.
Evelyn Rodriguez, Molly Road, Daytona Beach. I'm just assuming that this policy is an exchange, it's in lieu of like the human resources job description. And if so, I think it's very incomplete. We already have him focusing on two issues according to the news. The news says he's focusing on the purchasing cards and the travel. So once after he's done that, what does he do? Just sit back and wait until another whistleblower to investigate? No. So years ago, the city had one employee in finance that went throughout the year. They visited one department, each department, and looked at all their, review all their purchasing material, made sure they were in order, kind of. I know now everything's online and you could do it online, but, so they went throughout the year, they went from department to department and sat with them for a day, 2 days, sometimes a week, to look through all their financial purchasing things. So would he be doing that? I think the policy is a little vague. I think it should be more specific as to his duties, and that's my opinion.
That was my only speaker, Mr. Mayor. So we have a motion and a second to continue the item.
Do we have any other comments from the commission?
Just one last comment, because we are focusing on policy, and I just think we need something very specific so we know what policy to follow, because what was presented, I think, was a little vague.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Alrighty, we're gonna move on to item number 9, which is our public hearings and quasi-judicial hearings. Item 9A is the Growth Management Planning Department, Madison Oaks Plan Development General. This is an ordinance on second reading, quasi-judicial hearing. An ordinance amending the zoning map of the Land Development Code to rezone 4.98 plus or minus acres of property generally located south of Madison Avenue, north of North Street, and east of the terminus of Margaret Drive from PDG Plan Development General to PDG Plan Development General, approving the Madison Oaks Restated Plan District Agreement to allow for the development of a 32-unit townhouse subdivision, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute the agreement, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second.
Who is the second? I'm sorry.
Oh, only had a motion?
No second.
No second? All right. Jessica wants to present. We don't have a second, but go ahead.
And I do have other speakers.
Good evening, everyone. If you, like me, want to talk about land use for a bit instead of financials, that is what we are here for. I do apologize. I have a brief presentation, but only because I think there's been some changes to the project based on feedback that we've received that we want to go over tonight. I will try to keep it brief. So this is the Madison Oaks property. I will show you the site location here. With me tonight, I do have Luke Killick and Jake Stair with Zeff Coden Associates as it relates to trees and stormwater, which I think are kind of key issues here. So if we have technical questions, they're here as backup, but I'll try to hit really the high points here for the site. This has been continued quite a few times, as we'll recall. During the I'm going to call it the second reading of this item, there were some resident comments regarding stormwater concerns and overall review of the site, really focused on flooding that they've received in the area. A resident, I remember, quoted and said, if they can promise they won't make it worse, then I'm okay with it, but otherwise I'm not. So we took it back, we've worked with staff, we've gone back to the drawing board to not only make sure that we have run the drainage calculations to say we promise we're not making it worse, but revising the plan to go above code, which we'll go over, to make sure that we are creating a benefit in the area. So this is the site location. As noted, it's between Madison Avenue and North Street. You can see one parcel up, there's an institutional use, then there's that city-owned stormwater facility, and then a car dealership there along Nova. It is surrounded by single-family residential in the corridor. And in 2006, the City Commission approved a prior PD development that was a duplex townhome development that you can see here. I will give you a summary of this layout, but the timing for development of this under the original PD approved in 2006 lapsed. If you'll recall, the original plan that you saw really mimicked this original design. We were kind of implementing that PD back in place. That was the request. It has now changed, and we'll go over it. But this PD had 32 units. It had access on both sides for a cut-through kind of street system. It does have that small stormwater pond on the north end, and it designated all trees, historic or specimen within the site, for removal in this approved plan. So this is the kind of breakdown of that 2006 plan. The density under that future land use of level 1 residential is permitted up to 8 units an acre. The original 2006 plan was right around 6.4 units an acre, so closer to that range. It had that full connection access point. It removed all historic trees within the site and included a small retention area that would meet code standards. This is the comparison of what you saw last time on the left, and then the changes that have been made to date. And we'll give you a more detailed breakdown there and why these changes were made, but you can see some access configuration changes have occurred. There has been a reduction of 4 units on the site, so you've lost those on the far end. You were able to preserve that tree there on the left of that cul-de-sac, but we'll go over it in further detail just in a moment here. There's a question on why townhomes versus a single-family use. Under the level 1 residential land use, you really have the option of a PD agreement like you had previously, or the single-family residential zoning district. Property has to have a zoning. That's kind of what we're looking at. These are a handful of articles, and there are dozens more that demonstrate why cluster development, like townhomes, duplexes, create more open space, less impervious surface, and create the ability to increase stormwater needs on the site. And so the US EPA recommends it in stormwater best management practices and protecting water resources with higher density developments. And then you've got some scholarly articles as well that kind of go over when you are able to cluster development within a site to still get that development yield to make a feasible project, you have more space for stormwater, natural preservation areas, and you have less per unit runoff. So to get into a little bit of nitty gritty on drainage, because we were asked to come back to make sure the drainage worked and to give more detail. On the left side is a drainage exhibit that shows the typical flow. Those red arrows are how water flows on the site right now. So you can see in its natural condition, it comes in down the existing cul-de-sac and pipes through. It sheet flows across and continues on to either connect to the city stormwater system or the right-of-way and eventually go out to NOVA, which we know is being reviewed. The sheet on the right is the post-development condition with the current plan. So what you'll see if you're following kind of the red arrows is that any arrow that was originally showing to the east of the site, where water is sheet flowing off of that site into the adjacent property, no longer exists. So we're cutting off that flow. We're holding it all on the site, and we'll talk about the design systems. Instead, they're going to the designated ponds on the site, which have been increased from that original plan, and held there in the different design storms. So we ran 3 different analyses. The mean annual event is kind of our average storm in a year. In pre-development, which is the existing vegetated state, this site discharges, so leaving the site is 51,000 cubic feet of water per second. That is the standard. In post-development, there will be no discharge. So it is a complete reduction of the discharge off of the site based on the revised conceptual design in the mean annual. You also look at the 24-hour design storm. And pre-development, the site discharges 128,412 cubic feet per second from the site. After development, with the revised plan that has the increased stormwater, it is a reduction of 66% of that. So the site discharges 42,000 rather than 128,000. We've run these calculations. It would be a binding condition of this PD agreement that they show that these reductions are met. In the 100-year and 24-hour, which is the actual design, the requirement of the city, the pre-development discharge is 158,000 cubic feet of water per second, and post-development, it is 72,000 cubic feet. That reduces it by 55%. Just over half of the water that's now currently leaving the site will be captured on site during that event. Why I think that's important, obviously flooding in this area is a huge concern. We heard it from the residents throughout the process. The code standard, if this is developed under kind of a standard zoning district, can only require that you don't make it worse, right? Like that's what we say. We legally can't make it worse. We have found projects who have said we're willing to do 10% increase. We're willing to do a 20% increase in stormwater capacity. I have never seen a project go to over 50% of the requirement for stormwater. And I think it's needed in this area. And I think that's why our design professionals have recommended it to the client. That's why we've gotten them to agree. But it is also why you see an attached product type here rather than traditional single family. And we'll go over that comparison a bit. So this is just a slide showing, as a reminder, the city project that was done in May of 2007, the city stormwater improvement project. That's that 2 parcels up and then across the street. That was in 2007. It was designed to accommodate the flow of this site in its undeveloped condition. I think we've heard from the residents that they are still experiencing issues in that area, and we've seen that. And so we think that going above the requirement of just keeping it the same needs to be done here. One of the key features in kind of the design and accommodating more than the requirement is that it then lessens the capacity that is being taken up in these ponds that you guys implemented as well. So the more we can capture on site, the more your ponds have capacity in the region, which is outlined in that very light yellow corridor, to capture more water in your existing pond system. We did also review the permit for the city system, and there are some strenuous requirements there on maintenance, pumping before storms, all of those things. Our design engineers have said that if this development moves forward, they're happy to work with the city to make sure that that system is also functioning the way it should. There's no maintenance issues or updates for that regional project because it's been almost 10 years. It'd be good to kind of kick the tires and do a review. So this is the summary of the proposed development kind of outline. Again, the future land use is 8 units an acre. This density is 28, so that's 5.6, so less than that original plan and approval. It has a single connection from Madison Avenue. When we had our original neighborhood meeting, one of the residents' concerns were cut-through traffic. and kind of seeing that back and forth connection as an excuse for speeding and going through the neighborhood. And they asked at that time if we could remove that connection because of the unit count in that original plan. You needed that road to extend pretty far down, and then it just made sense to pop out from a safety perspective. With the reduction in units, we were able to carve that into a cul-de-sac. And so that connection has been cut off to avoid cut-through traffic. And then for trees and stormwater, we talked about the original PD removed all historic trees within the site. This plan preserves 11 of those within the site. The mitigation under the code for when the commission looks at removal of historic trees, it looks at whether it's a requirement to meet the standards for the site. The historic trees on the concept plan, that the revised concept plan, are located within the roadway corridor. That's required by the city in terms of standards. And so we offset that with mitigation. The mitigation here would be 37 planted trees. And there is a discussion, and it's a viable discussion, on trees take up water. And if you remove those trees, how does it look in comparison to when you replant? So the existing trees that are slated for removal, and they measure this in bathtubs, which I think is really funny. Per year, they collect 1,600 bathtubs of water, the existing trees on site. At maturity, the 37 mitigation trees that the city code would require that we're committed to take up 60,000 bathtubs of stormwater per year. So you can see that huge increase, not quite 60 times, but over 50 times the multiplier of water capacity just from the trees, let alone the stormwater increase. In addition to that, like we noted in the 25-year, 24-hour, we're reducing 2/3 of the discharge from the site. And in the 100-year, we reduced 55% of the stormwater within the site. So this is a comparison of a standard district. Right beside this project, there's a pretty similar sized parcel that was originally developed for single family along Margaret with that cul-de-sac. They've got about 20 units, that's 4 units an acre. Under the code standard, your open space is about 20% for a typical single family development. The former PD committed to 22%. This property owner is ready to commit to 74% of the site being pervious, open space. And then they're also willing to commit to the stormwater being required during that 100-year, 24-hour event to remove 55% of the current flow leaving the site. A plan development is the only mechanism we have in the city that allows us to overcommit to a requirement that the city can then enforce against us. If we went through a typical subdivision review, we could say, we're going to try to increase it, but at the bottom line is they are only required to meet the standard, which is you can't make it worse. So having that commitment that is enforceable by the city of the 74% open space, which is well above anything required in code, and that 55% removal, we see as an overall benefit to the site. I'm going to leave this on the site plan layout in case there are questions. We do have our technical experts here. I know we've got some residents here. We did try to reach out to kind of meet and go over these changes. We were not able to do that. We had some technology issues on their side, on our side. So we're happy to discuss any questions that they have as well, and here for commission questions. I think that as we move forward with more infill development and redevelopment, the question of how we want to develop, what areas we want to preserve, and how we balance the needs of current residents with stormwater and product types in our city is going to be at the forefront. And I think this is a great example of how there were changes made that make this project something that we can say we are making a positive benefit here, not just meeting requirements. And so with that, we're here for any questions.
Do you have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
How long does it take for the trees to mature?
So an oak tree overall, you plant them at 6 inches, and then they grow. It's about
To get to that
it's a few inches
60,000
per year.
bathtubs?
It's about 10 to 20 years for full
10
maturity.
to 20 years, okay.
Too long.
But when the offset is the 1,600 versus the 60,000, you could run that math and say it's a few years in. They're that size for uptake. We could get that number.
And then the other question I had on page 411 of our agenda, dimension and standards. Here it says maximum impervious surface area is 80%. But you just said that it's 74% open space?
So your PD agreement that's in the backup
Uh-huh.
does not reflect the current plan. The memo that the staff provided says that in order to meet the revised plan, we'd have to tweak it to comply fully with this, and we would do that.
Thank you.
I don't really have any questions, but I do want to say that 20 years is a long time for relief from what trees are supposed to do in this instance. I went by the property. I've gone by several times. I've talked with the neighbors. This particular property is in a partially in Paula's zone, partially in my zone. So I just took the opportunity to kind of talk to neighbors in both zones, and I've gone by and I've checked out all their pictures of the flooding that happens right now without any additional, and it's bad. The flooding that happens right now without any adding anything there right this minute. And then when you talked about the water will be there and then it'll flow out to Nova Road. Nova Road already floods.
No, that's the existing condition, right? That's what it does today.
Okay, so honestly, I just don't think that this project is gonna work in this particular area. I've done my homework, I've talked to the people who live there. I've looked at their concerns. I've looked at the pictures of the flooding that they're happening right now without adding anything there. And I'm telling you, this is not going to be a good idea. Now, are you talking about cutting down that tree still, that one particular tree?
So there are historic trees slated for removal. There's 3, I believe, that are shown on the, and then you preserve 11. There are other trees within the
Oh,
site.
it's 3.
Correct, the historic.
So
and they're
it's
within
3
the
that
roadway.
you want to cut down now.
Correct. Yeah, it's in the backup. The analysis of kind of the historic tree removal in the code is it requires commission approval. You have to show that it is required in order to kind of demonstrate compliance with the code standard or that it restricts development otherwise permitted in the code. And then the code sets up mitigation. And that mitigation is you have to plant back twice the number of inches that you remove, so that you get that benefit over time. Now, the tree uptake kind of information that's provided is anecdotal. The stormwater analysis the city requires does not take into account tree uptake in any way. So the proposed increase of 55% capacity over that design storm, that would be regardless of any trees on site. So then the additional planted trees are in addition to that. We wouldn't take credit for them in that 55%. But it is, in terms of taking the time for them to grow and get to that amount, that is just kind of an interesting fact about growth and rates. The stormwater analysis and the commitment of 55% above that code standard is regardless of trees. That is just pure stormwater design.
20 years is a long time for me for that kind of relief. One thing I think Commissioner Parris brought up a couple weeks ago about tree removal, and she gave some good facts about how it affects communities and environments when we remove those oak trees that way. And I went back and did some more homework after she talked about it. And those trees hold up to 36,000 gallons of water each. So that's 3 trees. That's 100,000 gallons of water when you're talking about an area that already floods. So I want to urge you all to seriously consider this and think about, do we really want to, 1, remove 3 oak trees, and 2, are we really willing at this point when we're already facing flood issues, especially in that area right there, and the area right next to it, are we really wanting to put something there that, to me, I'm not completely convinced is going to alleviate potential additional flooding?
I will just note that that is what we are legally committing to do. And I think that seeing a project that has 74% open space and a commitment to 55% above code standard for stormwater, going further than that, it's not going to be a viable project. They're going to have to look at traditional kind of single family development, and they wouldn't. It's not a threat. I don't want to do the comparison game, but the site has development entitlements. it will be developed at some point. We are trying to propose a development that's had a lot of thought go into it on how do we create that net benefit in a way that the city has the right to enforce it against us legally. It's not me doing a pitch and saying, it's going to be great, it's going to improve stormwater, trust us. The PD will say, you have to show 55% reduction from the site or you don't get to build. And if for some reason when you're going through and you're constructing, if that result is not there, you have to stop building and fix it. So that's the mechanism that I think is the most important from just what I heard at the neighborhood meeting and the residents of, we want to make sure it's not worse. I think this is the best way to do that if the property is not government owned.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can do to the surrounding community that's not necessarily on your site, but that could help them with flooding or alleviating any water? Let's pretend your project isn't there because they have existing water issues. Is there anything that you could provide them in addition to what you're building?
Yeah, so I think in terms of it, in addition to the capacity, during design and kind of the stormwater permitting, we might have Luke come up. They'll kind of do an analysis of how it's currently functioning and flowing. And if they see that there's a sticking point, a clogged drain, a collapsed pipe, or something like that, I think the city would require us to alleviate that in the design. But Luke, do you want to?
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. Luke Kulich with Zevcon and Associates, 300 Interchange Boulevard, Ormond Beach, Florida. There are a couple of points that I'd like to make as a response to some of your concerns, Ms. Henry. This site in its current condition does have quite a bit of trees. The capacity stormwater absorbing goes into the curve numbers that we use in our pre-development analyses. So when we come up with the runoff rates through the site, exiting the site, going into the stormwater system, those curve numbers are much lower than the post-development curve numbers that are mostly impervious. So those are considered. And the additional capacity on the site will be available from day one once we dig out those stormwater ponds. We're creating vertical capacity within the site that doesn't exist today. Right now, there are no existing depressions on the site. It falls from west to east, from elevation 14 down to elevation 10. So there are no storage available on the site. And by creating those 3 large pond areas that you're seeing, that's how we're achieving that 55% reduction in post-development. And okay. To answer your question, Ms. May, yes, we can make it a part of the project to inspect the stormwater ponds that the city has constructed out there. And from my analyses, there were a couple of conditions with those pond systems, such as anytime there are stormwater events that are exceeding 5-year storm events, 6.5 inches, the pumps would need to go into effect, lowering the normal water elevation of the pond from 4 down to elevation 1, I believe, creating 3 feet of additional capacity prior to storm events. Do we know if that's happening or has it been occurring prior to hurricanes and some of the intense events that we've been experiencing? We don't know. So again, we can make that a part of our analysis.
Okay, my concern, another concern, just one is that I'm not okay with just going to neighborhoods and cutting down 3 oak trees. That's the first thing. But the second thing is that you said that you've gone in, you went back to the drawing board, you've made these changes, but you didn't get to tell the community about said changes to see if we could come to a middle ground here. And that's going to be concern number 1, because I think that we're going to have to go back with a meeting. You're going to have to go back before I would even remotely consider supporting something like this. We have to go back and give them the opportunity to hear what your plans are. They haven't heard what your new plans are.
Sure, and I will say that before the first continuance, and I'm sure they will speak, so we can kind of speak to it. We've tried, I will say, and if that is the direction of commission, we will keep trying. We hand-delivered a letter asking them to reach out to us, to the mailbox. We got their contact information. There were some email issues on their part that it wouldn't go through or allow them to respond. Then there was a phone issue where the voicemail wasn't set up and it wouldn't allow call-outs. And so we've probably had about a 10 or more kind of reach-outs on a bi-weekly basis to say, hey, do you want to come meet and talk about this? I don't think they were physically able to respond to us. And so I think that was a technology issue. So I want to say the effort was made. If that's the direction, we'll keep making it. But that's where we are.
Well, they're here, so we'll hear from them tonight and see what the issue was as far as why I hear your side, and all things being equal, I think that it's important that we hear their side about why we weren't able to make this meeting happen after all these changes. And it sounds like you did really go back to the drawing board. But I think it's only fair that no matter what happened, that it didn't happen, that we work now to make sure that that meeting happens before we say yes or no. And they will be speaking tonight, so, everyone can hear those conversations.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is Thomas Hill Sr., and on deck is Evelyn Rodriguez.
How you doing? It's Thomas Hill Sr., 1061 North Street. First and foremost, I want to say this project is not needed, nor is it wanted in our area because of the current conditions that we're having. I hear a lot of talk about redesigning and drawings and how they won't create any runoff. That part is not true. I can tell you, it's been said that people commonly use words such as unforeseen circumstances, catastrophic, unpredicted amount. Those are the words that we're going to hear if this project is approved. And what I mean by that is that they've had ample time to come up to do their study, their scientific study and all the changes. But the fact is this, that the more it rains, the more it floods, period. I mean, you can do all this drawing and all that. I'm not buying it. I've been in this all my life, pretty much all my life. So we're already having troubles as is. The climate is changing. It's going from bad to worse. We can see the changes that's going on around us, different cities and different counties. One of the engineers stated that this project is guaranteed not to cause any additional flooding than what we're currently having. But at what cost? At the cost of us losing our homes? They'll put this project in if it's approved. And when it goes south, which is guaranteed to, because you have to raise that property up even higher than what it is. They're saying we're getting flow from west to east. We're getting flow from two different directions. I have pictures on my phone, short video clips. This project is only to benefit the engineers and the owners. Their stake in the game is strictly monetary. They're not thinking about us. It was stated that a lot of the city's flooding issues is coming from the Nova Canal. That part is not true. Our issues are coming from people who design buildings and don't think about the environment nor the people that are there currently right now. They said increase the stormwater pipe drains, do maintenance and prior meetings. But the fact is you can do all the maintenance and stuff that you want to if you and increase the pipe size. But if you keep putting buildings, parking lots, concrete structures in areas where water was once able to seep into the ground, no amount of piping will make up for that difference. And that's a fact. Again, we do maintain, the city does. They maintain the ponds. They pump them down prior to storms. They monitor how much rain is in each area. They are proactive, but putting this project in is going to cause us catastrophic problems. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Evelyn Rodriguez, and on deck is Mary Ann Harvey.
Evelyn Rodriguez, Molly Road, Daytona Beach. As I said in the last time, I don't know where she got her thing about bathtubs, but I Googled this again right before I came to this meeting, and it's 100,000 gallons per oak tree. If the agenda is wrong again, it wasn't 3 trees, it's 4 trees that the agenda says they want to take out. So that's 400 gallons of water per day that the oak trees soak up. Where's that water going to? The neighboring place.
Our final speaker is Mary Ann Harvey.
Good evening. They have a Senate bill right now that there's several lawsuits on. I think it's Senate Bill 180 in the state of Florida, ongoing right now. What they're trying to say, the impact, the local governments, from implementing new or more restrictive and development regulations for a specified period following a state of emergency. Key provisions include, you guys can look up the Senate Bill 180, you're probably familiar with it, but there are several lawsuits as we speak going on with it. I've lost that, but there are several lawsuits stating they're not protecting the homeland. They're not protecting anything that we have. And at this time, there's 3 or 4 other things going on in the area where they're doing Transform 386. They're tearing down people concrete block homes and they're giving them mobile home replacements on stilts. I'm a member of the faith fighting against injustice towards harmony. We had a meeting a couple months ago at Allen Chapel. We was expecting 50, maybe 55 people. There were more, almost 400 people there. They did their testimonies on the flooding. It was unbelievable. It was heart-wrenching. It was touching. Everybody know we're in a very low area. We're in a bowl. We're in that low area. We have all the neighbors. I had the opportunity to speak to several, I'll say about 2,700 people or so, but I managed to get approximately a couple hundred signatures here that are against this. They are against these 30-something boxes in our area, not to include the ×2 cars. So that's about 65, 70 more cars in the area. But the flooding is the biggest problem. I think it's a wonderful project for another area in Daytona Beach. There's a lot of areas in Daytona Beach that they can go to. It's not going to hurt them. It's not going to bother them at all. I think it's a wonderful thing. A lot of people use these 32 boxes to come in very handy, but just not in a very low area where we are. We've got the DJ Moon say he'll feel free to come testify. They already got 3 feet of water in their home. Half a block from the site they're trying to build on now. We've got people all up and down that street. She's already talked with them. The water is there. I mean, we see the fish, literally. My grandbabies see the fish literally come out of that pond across the street. So no, it does not hold the water. So make it make sense. The risks are higher than the benefits. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to see this. Why would you put this here when we already have those problems there? You've got the 386 now, tearing down people concrete homes. We have block homes, and no, I don't want no stilts and no trailer home on stilts. They've got 2 or 3 different things going on now, right in our area of Midtown. It doesn't make any sense, guys, to build this thing there when there's all these other things going on now. It just doesn't add up. Thank you so much.
Our final speaker is John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. The county's been fighting with some landowners, Miller Lake, their lake floods. No matter what the county tells them, they reject the idea that their lake is flooding because they're in a bowl. All right? What happens is we go through cycles. All right? They went back 100 years and says we had this much rain in this year, and they projected, and you see this wave that there are dry years and there are wet years. And Miller Lake happens to be in a wet year. 10 years ago, they were in a dry year. Their lake was minuscule, and that's when they bought their homes. So they're expecting the normal lake to be during the dry periods, and it's not. So there's going to be wet years and dry years. Likewise, we're going to have a study. I think we've got $3 million from the government to study what's happening. If we're in a wet season, what happens if we go through 10 years of dry? It's just a normal cycle. They're doing everything they can to accommodate these people. only cutting down 3 trees out of 14 is miraculous. You don't get that either in this city or in the county. They literally wipe out every single tree. When they're developing, they just cut everything down. It's very rare that they save trees, right? They had a project on 95 in which they saved 3 trees. 2 years later, they came back and cut them down. All right, so they only have 1 tree left of a project. But it was necessary, all right? This project with the trees, I've circled around the old mall, Volusia Mall, and saw some of the old projects at the townhouses and the apartments where they saved the trees. This is exactly what they're doing here, all right? So we need, and we keep talking about affordable housing, we need places for people to stay, we need to upgrade, we have to have more density, because we can't have these ranch houses anymore where people are on a quarter of an acre or half an acre. They just don't exist. We need to get more development downtown. You have Jenny Nazak coming all the time talking about walkability. All of these things have to be considered. So whatever you decide, please think about density. Please think about, we need places for people to live. And I know when I grew up, we had this huge field that we used to play in. We had 9 baseball fields. They took them all out and put houses. We were not happy, but people need places to live. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, people need places to live, but not at the expenses of other people's homes, and that's my concern. Also, when we talk about tearing down trees and they go tear down all the trees, that's usually a area that's undeveloped. We're not talking about a developed area where homes, and older homes at that, are already on that particular area. And I want you all to keep that in mind when you juggle those comments.
The only note I want to make in kind of response to the public comment is on Senate Bill 180. I think that is something that a lot of local governments are looking at as hamstringing kind of local government ability to increase stormwater in areas that need it, the stormwater regulations and the rules. The original draft of that bill, before it was adopted, carved out stormwater from the overall prohibition, and then they changed it at the last minute. That may change. If it doesn't, the drafts so far in the legislation are not great from the state level. The only manner for increased regulations until 2027 is through voluntary commitments in a development agreement like this. And so I completely understand the situation. I completely understand the sentiment. And I think that if I was standing before you today saying, code standard is fine, we're going to meet code standard, we're going to check all the boxes, that's what most projects say. This is a unique situation. It's an existing neighborhood, and they have real problems. We have to do better than the baseline. And we're doing not 10% better, not 20% better, 55%, that's the commitment. And over 70% open space forever, a requirement that you get to enforce. So with that, here for any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion, we have a second.
I don't have a second.
Oh, don't have a second?
The motion was Commissioner May.
Oh.
Mayor and
sorry.
Commissioners, there does need to be a motion with a second on this item, regardless of whether it's going to pass. This is a application to develop property, and the applicant has a due process right to a decision from you. So,
Mr. Strickland seconded.
We'll have a second. We'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner May,
No.
Commissioner Cantu,
No.
Commissioner Henry,
No.
Commissioner Reed,
No.
Commissioner Paris,
No.
Commissioner Strickland,
Yes.
Mayor Derek L. Henry.
No.
Okay,
Motion
so that
fails. 1 to 6.
1 to 6.
1 to 6. Oops, I shouldn't have wrote on that. All right.
Okay. We're going to move on to item 9B. is the Growth Management Planning Department Code of Ordinances amending Chapter 103 Mobile Food Vendors. This is an ordinance on second reading public hearing. An ordinance amending City Code Section 103-2A, providing for additional exemptions from and modifications to the standards of Section 103-2, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith and providing an effective date. And it's been requested that this item be continued until the January 21st, 2026 City Commission meeting.
So move.
Have a motion and a second. Any speakers? I guess it's being continued.
No, it's being continued.
All right, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we're gonna move on to item number 10, which is our introductions of ordinances. This is for for City Commission comments and questions only. Item 10A is Growth Management Planning Department Certified Recovery Residences Land Development Code Text Amendment. This is an introduction of an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance amending Land Development Code Article 3, Section 3.4.dd to adopt procedures for review and approval of certified recovery residences in compliance with Florida Senate Bill number 954 and Section 397.847 of the Florida statutes, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith and providing an effective date. And are there any questions or comments from the commission on this item?
I am wondering, are these in certain areas? Are these all over? Where would these be able to go?
So, Commissioner, the Land Development Code does not regulate sober homes or recovery residences. The Land Development Code has a limitation on single-family residences requiring families to occupy them. It has a definition of families that it means six adults and any number of unrelated children. So currently, if a sober home had 6 adults in it and they were living as a family unit where they were sharing household expenses, they could go where any family could go. The reason for this amendment is that we also have a reasonable accommodation provision in our Land Development Code. It's for anybody who wants an accommodation from the Land Development Code who's claiming a disability. We offer that reasonable accommodation and comply with federal law. Our reasonable accommodation process does not include certain procedures that the state now mandates for somebody who's a certified recovery resident. So if it happens to be a certified recovery resident who's requesting a reasonable accommodation, we have to amend our code to pick up the state procedures to the extent they're different.
And so is the state regulation more strict, more lenient than what we have?
That's a hard question to answer. We do not regulate recovery residences at all directly.
Okay.
What the state has done is it's made it harder for some cities who do directly regulate recovery residences. It has affected their ability to regulate recovery residences.
Would they have to register with us under this?
No.
Okay, so don't have to register, doesn't have to be FAR certified as of now. Can we ask for that, just that we know where they are?
We are in the process of creating land development regulations to regulate recovery residences. We've hired a consultant that the commission approved hiring, I think, over a year ago. And we expect to have an ordinance in front of the commission in about a month or a month and a half. And those regulations will comply with state law. They will prefer the credentialed facilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there's one more thing. When we do, I'm not sure if it applies to this, but years ago we spoke about having too many houses in one area. Because downtown we have quite a few, beachside we have quite a few in one particular area, let's say 2, 3, 4, but there's many. So do we have any regulation on that? Yes, we're comfortable with it, but it's got to be more dispersed. Is that possible?
We don't have any current regulations on it. The regulations that we're looking at adopting would provide for some dispersal, and really it's for the benefit of the sober homes that are really trying to operate in accordance with the therapeutic model.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
The very first one of those homes we had over on the beach side, I think it's on Jessamine, corner of Jessamine and Oleander maybe. Anyway, they filed a lawsuit to get open under the ADA. Are we going to be violating ADA again and end up in court under federal ADA, or is this going to pass the test so that we can do it, or they can do it?
The ordinance that you have in front of you now won't, in my view, create any potential lawsuits under the ADA. It actually provides more generous procedures for applicants for reasonable accommodations who have recovery residences.
How about the ACLU?
I have no control over whether people sue the city or not.
But what's your opinion? Do you think they'll come for us or not?
I don't think they would on this ordinance, and I think that the ordinance that we'll be bringing forward would be defensible.
Thank you.
There's no other questions or comments from the commission. The public hearing and final action is December 17th. Moving on to 10B, it's a Growth Management Planning Department Terms and Uses LDC text amendment. This is an introduction of an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance amending the Land Development Code, Article 11, Section 11.5, to add a definition of social service uses and to modify existing definitions for general industrial services and vending machines, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. And are there any questions or comments from the commission on this item? The public hearing and final action is set for December 17th. Moving on to 10C is the Growth Management Planning Department, the Commons at LPGA Plan Development General. This is an introduction of an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance amending the zoning map of the Land Development Code to rezone 10.16 plus or minus acres of property generally located on the east side of LPGA Boulevard, north of Royal County Boulevard from SFR5 to PDG, approving the Commons at LPGA Plan District Agreement to allow for office and retail uses, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute the agreement, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. And are there any questions or comments from the commission on this item?
Yes. I don't know if you guys recall, this is on LPGA, this is Preserve at LPGA. Royal County is a road off LPGA into Preserve at LPGA. And if you guys remember the little girl, that 6-year-old girl, okay, this is the area that they want to develop. I'm actually, my residents are mixed, you know, like yes, and some, it's a sensitive subject, and some are for it. We are happy there's not going to be no homes there, and some of them do want some retail down at that end. But I do have some concerns. I talked to Jim, Mr. Morris, and I also called the county, Ben Bartlett, which I told him he didn't have to get back to me right away. This was just first reading, because after that accident, we did some changes. The county did a study to see if it warrant for a traffic signal, which it didn't. And so, and Troy Kent, County Council, Troy Kent got involved as well, because he rode down there, and it's a pretty dangerous intersection. And so the county came up with these flashing lights, these signs, the flashing lights at night, and each direction has a curve. And actually, I have some pictures. Can you put it up, please? Okay, so if you see, there's the sign the county put up, and it flashes because it curves, and right where it curves and the turning lane's right there, it goes into Preserve. Okay, can you go to the next one? Okay, that's coming from the other direction, and you see the memorial right there, because that's where they want to build. And so each direction, and the problem I'm having is we're going to have more traffic coming out of there once we put retail. It's very dangerous. So I do know Ben Bartlett is actually looking at that and going to give me a call back. And I know Dennis will be back next week. And I talked to Jim, and Jim's, I guess, looking at it as well. And we do have someone here I haven't heard from.
Mayor and Commissioner, if I might, this gentleman is the engineer for the project. Commissioner Cantu let me know she had questions. So he volunteered to come up. I'm Jim Morris, Deputy City Manager. So he's here to field questions. I told him the field is narrow and this is not advocacy tonight. He understands that part.
Good evening. I'm Dave Glunt with Spruce Creek Civil Engineering, 102 South Riverside Drive, New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Your questions about the access. So we were looking at the access originally as a Category 5 DOT road. That would be the divided median.
Can I stop you there for a minute?
Sure.
It's not a DOT road right now. It's still a county road.
Understood.
Okay, and it probably won't be a DOT road for at least a couple more years.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're also like very early in our design for this project.
Okay.
So we were looking at it kind of in a long term. We've heard that the road would be under construction in 2026. So if it does move forward in that time frame like it's supposed to, then our project probably wouldn't even be coming online until 2027.
Okay.
So we were looking at it from that standpoint. With meeting those access requirements, we would also be meeting line of sight and every other requirement that DOT has for access onto one of their roadways. If the road doesn't get developed, then we'll have to look into.
Well, you're probably not looking for that road to get developed to at least 2030, maybe even later than that.
Well, we can look at that when we get to construction plan stage.
And I can actually give you how much funding has been put in after the meeting if you would like.
Sure.
Okay, I have it all.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, so this is going to be brought back at the next commission meeting. I think you need to sit down maybe with Mr. Morris, Dennis, when he comes back, talk to the county, Ben Bartlett, so they can get with their traffic engineer, because I am not comfortable of approving this yet. So, and I would want to, because it's only retail and not, it's very dangerous over there, and I do have a lot of problems we got to figure out, because I know I just had a traffic study done there, for the county did for me, and it does not warrant for a traffic signal. And the preserve at LPGA, that the neighbors over there, when they're coming out, we have to keep those trimmed back. We got the flashing lights, because it's dangerous with them even coming in and out of there. I am kind of happy because now there's another access. They can go all the way to ISB now, but I have a lot of concerns if we can sit back and look at this, and it is a very sensitive subject over there.
Understood. We were also asked to provide a access road along the north property line. Along the east property line that goes north.
So that might be something to look at.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that we can only build that to our property line. So there's another parcel that's in between us and the road that would actually access by the stadium.
And I think Dunn was going to be going, it's down a little bit further, correct?
Sure.
We have the map back up, please. So, Mayor and Commission, when you look at this property, if you look to the top of the illustration, you'll see the roadway. It's basically back towards 95. Dunn Avenue will intersect near the stadium. This property is in the area of the stadium. It is to the south. In this instance, the road is heading towards 92. So it's close to the Dunn Avenue extension as you go towards the stadium. There will be a signalized intersection there, and I think the Pomona Drive and the Welsinger Butler is the actual road around the stadium. It gives you the proximity of the property, and that will be done connecting there. The distance will be sufficient. It will be a signalized intersection when Dunn is constructed. And as you all know, we're working on getting rights of way, and having Dunn constructed, it's something that's also online. So that's a part of the area conditions in the longer term as it relates to this property. So it's relevant to the consideration. And we'll give you a lot more discussion on the subject when we come back. Commissioner Cantu called me this morning, so we just rallied as quickly as we could.
And Dunn is going to be done in 2 separate phases as well.
Yes, ma'am, it will be. And Dunn has to cross the creek, or Tomoka River. That's a part of the county's obligations, and developers are building the other part.
So, but yeah, if you guys can just sit down, get with the county maybe as well, because they just had a study, maybe they can do another study. I don't know, but I just know that's a serious accident waiting to happen.
Sure. And again, our plan was conceptual in nature. So we were showing 2 access points, which is really what we want. Of course, we want to make it safe. And depending on whether that road gets expanded to a new classification or not will determine driveway distances and everything else as well. So
Right, that's why I was thinking.
until we get to that point where we're actually applying for a permit, I don't know what road I'm going to be tying into. If you're saying that DOT is going to be a long ways off, that's different than the information that I've seen online. So
Hold on 1 second, and I will pull that up for you. This is the latest update that I have. Actually, I just had it up today. So, yeah, we're definitely looking 20, 30, maybe even longer. So right now, the PD&E study was completed February of 2024. The design is ongoing, funded at $8.7 million with estimated completion of fall 2025. The right-of-way is partially funded at $27.9 million. Construction is unfunded. The cost of the construction is estimated at $217.6 million. And they haven't swapped roads yet, so it's still a county road. That's been going on for a while.
right.
So we got a long way off. And
Sure.
if it's something, maybe when you talk to the county, and maybe you get a different update, maybe when they do redesign that road, maybe they can do something to make it more straight. But right now,
no, I
just don't
understand.
see anything.
I understand your concern with line of sight, and that's certainly something we'll look at. Just to be clear, though, are you opposed to more than one access to the property?
no,
Okay.
long as it's safe for my residents and preserved,
Gotcha.
safe for people coming out of the retail, whatever you guys, whatever
Okay.
they're planning on coming in there. Because right now, even if you build that, I don't think it's safe for people coming in and out.
Right, right. Well, I mean,
And
there are
you see
ways.
the memorial setting right there.
Yeah, and I also looked
Okay.
at the DOT accident reports too. So I know
Right.
there've been 2 fatalities at that
Correct.
intersection. So we'll look at it in terms of meeting the requirements as far as line of sight and all of that to make sure that we do have good line of sight around that corner, that intersection. And we'll look at that and maybe make some minor adjustments to that site to that entrance if we don't meet those requirements. We haven't really gotten that far into any roadway tie-in
Right.
design. Again,
And
it was
go
more
there in
conceptual.
the evening, like around 5 o'clock, and just sit there and watch how fast everybody is going around that corner. I don't even see how anybody can even get out of the retail business.
Has the county thought about reducing the speed limit?
They're not going to do that, especially if it's it's going to be a state road.
Oh, 2030.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, just sit
We'll
down.
be happy to take a look at it.
Yeah, and maybe, like I said, call the county, look at their study they just did, and see if there's something that can be done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure thing. Thank you.
I appreciate you coming.
Uh, Are there any other commissioner comments on this item?
And thank you, Jim.
Then the public hearing and final action is set for December 17th. Move on to the Growth Management Planning Department, Historic Preservation Board, Land Development Code Text Amendment. This is an introduction of an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance amending the Land Development Code relating to City Advisory Board membership requirements, amending Article 2, Section 2.2.c.3 and 2.5.c.3 to allow advisory board members who lose their zone residency-based qualification to serve out the remainder of their term, amending Article 2, Section 2.4 to reduce membership for the Historic Preservation Board from 9 to 7 members, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. And are there any questions or comments from the commission on this item? The public hearing and final action is set for December 17th.
May I, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to recognize Warren Traeger. He's the representative for Zone 1 for the Historic Preservation Board. So Warren, thank you for being there. And also I'd like to recognize Commissioner Ruth Traeger. She was in the seat before I was. So thank you.
We're going to move on to 10E. It's a Growth Management and Planning Department, George W. Ingram Boulevard, Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment. This is an introduction of an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance adopting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in accordance with Section 163.3187 of the Florida statutes with regard to 0.66 plus or minus acres of property generally located along the south side of George W. Ingram Boulevard between Garden Street and Ellsworth Street, amending the future land use map designation for this property from Level 2 residential to commercial transitional, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. And are there any questions or comments from the commission on this item? The public hearing and final action is December 17th. Going to move on to item number 11, which is our administrative items. Item 11A is the Public Works Department, Halifax Harbor Boat Dock and Lift Construction. This is a resolution accepting the bid of Paul Culver Construction, Inc. for the Halifax Harbor Boat Dock and Lift Construction rebid project at a cost of $722,000 and authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute the construction contract, rejecting one bid as non-conforming, authorizing the return of the bid security for all unsuccessful bidders, and providing an effective date.
Motion from Commissioner made and second from Commissioner Strickland.
And I don't have any speakers on this item.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments? Y'all want to speak?
Wait.
Come on up. You're welcome. Yes, sir. Got your paper? Come on.
Which one is
11A?
Is this on the, yeah, that's for later. Are you speaking on this particular item?
11A?
On 11A?
Come on up.
Okay, then come on up. It's the, and what was your name?
First name is Gordon, last name is Jump, G-U-M-P.
Okay. Okay, so you're speaking about Halifax Harbor management and spending. This is not this item. This is not this item.
But it has to do with,
This is have to do with the boat lift and the construction.
City city votes, not the Halifax Harbor.
are we going to talk about that tonight?
We will when we get to the citizen comments. It's number 13, so.
This is
Okay.
lift, yeah.
In that case, I'm incorrect.
That's okay. Okay. Then I don't have any other speakers for this.
Okay. We had a motion and a second. Do we have any other questions or comments? All right. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. That is the last agenda item.
All right, well, before we do our commentary, we'll let the manager and his team commence with their presentation.
All right, I think Ms. LaMagna is sending out passing out a presentation document. We're going to try our best to make this as quick as possible, dealing with the time. But wanted to talk about, we have, at the last meeting, we talked about some of the things that we were doing. And this presentation centers around the draft management policies that we will be bringing back to you all. As many of you all know, the governor's office and the federal government, they provided us with direction on creating our own DOGE process. Many of you probably have received this from the state of Florida, the how to Doge yourself and the requirements to do the Doge. So we actually implemented the request at the direction from the federal and state government, our own Doge process of government efficiency and innovation committee. Earlier, I had a conversation with Commissioner Cantu about that I was going to be bringing up the possibility of having a liaison from the commissioners, and I asked if she would be willing to serve as the liaison to the Doge committee when we have policies that they will be reviewed by her also, and we bring back to our area. And she, unless she's changed her mind in the last 30 minutes, she did agree if you all wanted her to serve in the liaison role to do that. And so that's one of the things that the committee will be asking. They provided us with a list of what type of employees we should actually have on the committee. And that's what we did based off of their recommendations. And so if you go to the next slide, we have 4 priorities that are part of the Doge process as well for this. So we're identifying opportunities to streamline city functions with the goal of reducing spending, examine policies for efficiency and best practices that protect taxpayers' dollars and ensure fiscal responsibility, and ensure policies and operations align with the City of Daytona Beach strategic goals and visions, and to eliminate waste. And so Michael, who recently joined us here, I asked him to lead this committee of individuals, and it is a diverse group of individuals. And so I'm going to allow for him to go through this presentation, and that over the next couple of weeks we will be bringing back policies, and these policies tie in also to the recommendations that came out of some of the reports from our internal auditor. So Michael, if you can introduce yourself to the group and go through the slides.
Thank you, Mr. Future. Michael Chambliss, I'm the Government Relations Coordinator for the City of Daytona Beach, and thank you for the opportunity to share with you all this evening on a little bit of the work that we have done with our Doge Committee, which we actually renamed the Government Efficiency and Innovation Committee, because we wanted to really take a look with fresh eyes of some of the things that have been discussed amongst you all over the last number of weeks, and to be able to really begin to implement some of the procedures or some of the recommendations that are coming from the auditor. And so after forming this Government Efficiency and Innovation Committee at the direction of Mr. Future, we actually put together a Policy Review Committee. And the direction from the Policy Review Committee was to take a look at these policies. We actually met in our initial, I was hoping Mr. Bellichu would still be here, but I understand at this late hour. But we actually met with him initially, and he shared from an auditor's perspective what it is that he's actually looking for. And so in his presentation, we made notes and then brought that actually to our Doge Committee and our Policy Review Committee, and began making certain as we were reviewing policies that his recommendations were already built into the policy, and we were addressing and being proactive in making sure that we properly aligned our policies. And so what we began to do is collaboratively review our current procedures. We wanted to look at gaps. Some of that was reviewed in audits. Some of that was reviewed and some of that was revealed in looking at our current operations. And we wanted to make certain that as we brought back recommendations to Mr. Future, these were actually workable procedures that worked for us. And so we looked at the purchase card policy, we've looked at the travel card policy, and we've looked at the auto allowance policy. We just got the auditor's recommendations and his auto allowance audit, and so we're still working through that. I will share just a little bit about that tonight, but our initial findings were not necessarily that we were finding misuse, but instead we were finding very vague policy language. And so there was a lot in policy that was left to speculation. So whenever a policy would say reasonable, It may be reasonable to one, but may not be reasonable to other. And so we wanted to make certain that there was nothing vague in our policies, but instead we really adopted something that worked, and we were very, very clear in all of our policies. And then with that, the Policy Review Committee then began to look at opportunities for improvement. So it's one thing to put something into a policy, but we also wanted to say, how can we improve? How can we make sure that we're being good stewards of the public tax dollars in our operations? And so first was our purchase card policy. We looked at that. We actually have a draft of all three of these policies. And in the purchase card policy, what we actually did is clarify that language. Again, it goes back to what I was sharing earlier. There was a lot of opportunity for people to bring their own thoughts into the policy. And so we clarified the language, what is approved, what is not approved, and how can you use your P card and how can you not use your P card. Also with that, we outlined a process for approvals all throughout this. And then with that, we wanted to make certain that we were strengthening our internal controls as well as our accountability. Then we took a look at our travel policy. Again, we have a draft of this. You'll be seeing that soon. And in our travel card policy, what we have done is moved away from the city saying you can buy your lunch, you can buy your dinner while you are out on travel. And we have shifted the policy to a strict per diem that is in line with federal recommendations. And so no longer is it saying you can purchase your lunch. You saw some of that in the audit. Or no longer can you purchase your dinner. Instead, this is your per diem. And as you travel, this is the per diem that you get. With that, there's no more a need for those who are traveling to turn in their receipts. So we don't have to have that accountability anymore because we've adopted the federal standard. This was a recommendation from Mr. Belichiw in saying we're shifting to a per diem as it pertains specifically to meals. Also, our IT department has been working for a number of months on a digital platform for an approval process that is accountable and transparent.
So I don't lose my thought, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Okay, so no receipts, but I heard Mr. Belchew say we need receipts because we got to make sure you're not buying alcohol because that is not allowed. So please explain how we would know or the residents would know that they're not buying alcohol.
In an accountable plan, that is the case where the traveler would have to turn in a receipt. However, in the federal model that we have adopted, that was not the plan. No longer does an employee have to turn in a receipt because the federal government each year does a study of each metropolitan area and they set the per diem for that specific area. And so we're just simply adopting the federal model. That was actually a recommendation from the auditor.
And your qualification to Doge is what?
My what?
Your qualification to Doge a city, could you tell me?
As far as?
You're the head of the Doge here.
Correct.
And
So there's a group of 10 of us.
Your qualification, I'm sure my residents would like to know.
Sure. I have a degree in business management and ethics, and I've led multiple organizations that have turned around those organizations financially.
And what
from
organizations
struggling.
is that?
One specifically here locally was Warner Christian Academy. Another was the Anti-Drug Coalition in Citrus County. Those are the last two.
And you Doged those?
I did not. So Doge is something that's just been new over the last couple of years.
No, well, it's new for Governor DeSantis, but it's been around for a while. So, okay.
Fiscal responsibility, though, is the goal in all of this, and making sure that we're complying with the standards that the auditor has directed us to.
Because I know you've been hired as a government relation as well. Have you go to Tallahassee quite often?
I was going to go earlier this week, but I was not.
I mean, have you been?
I have been, yes.
Okay, and do you know a lot of the senators and reps and everyone up there and how it works up there?
I am aware of who our representatives are and
Okay.
have had conversations with some of them, but not all of them, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So, again, I just want to reiterate that our goal as a group of 10 people working on this, not just me, are to make certain that we are implementing policies that work for us and that we are abiding by statute, We're abiding by our code and by the federal recommendations. And we've done this after taking a look at what the auditor has actually recommended. And so we're making certain that we're building in those internal controls and the accountability. But in this digital platform that the IT department has actually implemented, it has built in an accountable, transparent process that is digital. So no longer will we have multiple departments that are having to pull documentation, but instead it will be digital, and we will be able to quickly access that information. Receipts there, for example, if you're traveling and you have an airline receipt, you'll be able to access that quickly. Then with that, we're not going to have to buy multiple filing cabinets to store those receipts, because it can actually be kept digitally so that it is quickly accessed. That is our travel policy, and the last is our auto allowance policy. And I do want to clarify something as it pertains to our auto allowance policy. Going back to at least 1999, from what we have determined, the city has actually operated a non-accountable plan. And that non-accountable plan is one permissible operation under IRS Publication 463. And what that means is that we can pay an employee an auto allowance, and we do not have to get mileage logs because we are withholding taxes on that auto allowance. All employees who receive an auto allowance has taxes withheld on that. It's in their pay stub. You can look in your pay stub. You can see your salary. You can see the auto allowance, and taxes are withheld from that. Every employee, anyone from the city of Daytona that gets an auto allowance can pull their pay stub, and they can actually take a look at that and see the taxes that are withheld. And so at least back to 1999, the city has operated in a non-accountable plan. This is authorized, again, under IRS Publication 463. There's two options. The problem that we actually had, and there was an assumption made by Mr. Belichick that we were operating an accountable plan that required mileage logs. That's not the plan the city has operated, at least back to 1999. We operate a non-accountable plan. The problem was, again, the policy was not clear on that. And so in the policy draft that we have for auto allowances, we have clarified that language. Our HR director did say that all employees are taxed on their auto allowance. At no point were there any W-2s that went back and forth or pay stubs to verify this. We did this internally and made certain that we were in compliance with the IRS. We are in compliance with the IRS, and we're properly operating our current auto policy allowance. And we clarified this in the policy. Also with this, we've created a tiered approach so that there are 3 different tiers for auto allowances. In the policy, we built in an annual eligibility review as well as renewal procedures. That's been a part of the budget process in the past, but now that's going to be handled in the department level to make certain that those who receive an auto allowance are eligible for it, and then the renewal procedures before it actually gets built into the budget process. And so our ongoing timeline, just so that you are aware of that, within the next couple of weeks, we're going to continue to identify policies for us to review, so then we can make certain that as we move forward, we're not just ignoring policies that are old, but instead we are pulling those into our policy reviews committee and then going to our government efficiency and innovation committee as well. And then you will begin to see at the final approval, after Mr. Fiacher approves the policies, you'll begin to see those. We are working with Mr. Gross, so then that way he also is making certain that we are in compliance with those. And then with the next month, we're going to continue to move forward. We'll share a summary of our findings and make recommendations to Mr. Fiacher for the updating of all the policies. But then even longer, ongoing, as we continue to operate, we want to make certain that we're operating efficiently, that we have done our peer reviews, of which we are doing as a part of this process to see how other jurisdictions are operating, and then make certain that we are protecting our tax dollars to ensure fiscal responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Chambliss. If there are any questions for him or us, we will put on the agendas these policies as they come forward in the future after working with Mr. Gross and Mr. Bellichu to make sure they meet some of the recommendations that he made. But if there are any questions for him or I will stand for questions at this time.
I'd like to know who the 10 people are.
Yeah. All right, I might have a, let me see here. Yes, and these are based on, as I stated, from the Doge, what type of individuals we should have on there. Mr. Chambliss will serve as the chair. Abigail Brock, our purchasing agent. Jeff Brown, Economic and Strategic Opportunities Director. Rebecca DeSanto from Utilities Billing. Pamela Goodwin from the City Manager's Office. Letitia LaMagna, City Clerk. Shannon Ponitz, Utilities Director. Hassan Razika, IT Director. Ann Ruby, Efficiency Analyst. Michael Stallworth, Business Enterprise Management Director.
And as we looked at the information, Commissioner Reed, from the state, these were really the department leaders that were recommended in the Doge information.
I have some questions. Is there one centralized P card policy for all departments?
Correct. For the entire city, yes.
For the entire city, okay. Do we have a digital platform for capturing receipts for the purchase cards, or is it only for the travel?
At this time, no. However, as a part of our efficiency review, we are looking for options to be able to store things digitally that will make us efficient. So then we don't have a data entry person specifically. We think that that will remove room for error and then also put back on the individuals the responsibility for uploading their receipts and attaching it to P-card statements.
And then who would be responsible for reviewing all these receipts updated? Would it be uploaded? Would it be each department head?
So that piece is, we're still in the discovery phase on that because we haven't got to that. The first line of defense will be department managers and department heads, yes. And then it will work up from there into finance with the purchasing department. And then in finance, there are employees that handle P-card purchases, and then into Mr. Future's office as well.
Okay. One of the concerns that Commissioner Cantu had brought up with the P cards was that non-employees of the city were using the P cards. Have we looked into that?
Yeah. Yes, actually, many of that information was provided back. We currently had, at one point, going back about 10, 15 years, 10 individuals. We had 3 individuals who were employed by the marina that actually had P cards. All 3 of those P cards, if you were not at the last meeting, they were all suspended, and we don't have anyone at the marina with a P card. Also, we did inspect all of their P card purchases and responded back with what they were used for and how they were actually following the policy for their usage.
So when you say responded back, who did you respond back to?
We made a report. It's also online of those items. If you didn't get the report, I think we sent it out.
I didn't get the report.
Yeah,
now,
we'll send it to you.
Did our current P card policy allow non-city employees to have P cards?
I don't believe that was in the that was addressed in the policy.
It was not addressed in the policy.
And
So did we find out who authorized giving those people the P cards?
It's been going back over 10 to 20 years. So these companies, yes, it wasn't something that was just authorized. The P cards for the marina goes back beyond 20 years. I don't have the actual document, but I can show you the document of when the people actually signed for the cards.
Actually, it's 10 P cards.
It was 10 P cards how many years ago?
Since we've had the contract.
But this year, we've had only 3 individuals from the marina have had P cards.
This year. But it is 10 altogether.
That goes back.
Okay.
And actually, I have all their names.
Oh,
and
Commissioner
actually,
Cantu, I don't want to lose my train of thought, which I already did. Okay, hold on a second. So I'm sorry, guys. It's just a lot of information. I know that we canceled a lot of P cards. Now, new P cards have been provided. Before any P cards are provided, are we doing I think we should do an updated policy and have some sort of signature saying that we've received the new P.
That's actually part of the policy now. Everyone that gets a P card has to sign for the P card, and it has to be approved by the director. And also, you have to pick up. I had to get my own card as well. So there is a policy in
So
place.
what was the procedure you went through when you picked up your new card?
We had to sign for it. We had to approve, open the P card up once they gave it to you, and you had to dissolve of the old card.
I know, but no policy update. A policy update was not provided when a new P card was provided?
I'm not.
No,
Okay.
The Policy Review Committee was not finished with our review of the P card policy whenever new P cards were issued a week or so ago. So
Okay, it just doesn't
the
make
policy
sense
is
to
in
me
draft
why we
form
would
currently.
cancel somebody's card, get a new card, and not have a new policy for them to sign that they received a new card?
The canceling of the cards were because numbers were out and about with the credit cards.
So the numbers were made public?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I still think since we had that opportunity, maybe we should have had them look at the new policy before we provided new cards. We don't have a new policy yet. Okay, so they're working on the policy. My next question, just to follow up from our last meeting about the Florida statute about protecting people's information. So did we put something together on how it's going to be addressed?
Yes. I think, yes, Mr. Rizika is here, but we've only found 2. We are almost complete with the final report, but I'll let him go through the process that we went through and where are we with that information.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hassam Rizika, Chief Information Officer. We've been in communication with all the departments since we've taken down the files that was on the website. We've given guidance of what PII information for them to be looking for, and this is in partnership with legal. We put together a list of what is considered PII information. We've given that guidance to the departments, and we've given everybody until the 8th to make sure that all their files, any of the statements that belong to their departments, have been reviewed by their department, and then they're providing us confirmation that they've cleared anything that is of PII. At this point, most of the departments have responded back and have told us that there isn't anything that they have found. Some of the other things that are outside PII are probably things that they're redacting, like some names and addresses or so on, but nothing that we have found so far in excess of the 2 individual applications that were initially found. There are still a couple of departments that are looking at the files that are already in there, but the type of applications, those travel applications, for example, from the police department, are very rare and not used as much. And so far, what we found from the department.
My concern is just moving forward, before we post anything on our website, any kind of social media, anything's uploaded, who is going to be responsible to make sure that personal information is redacted before it's up there? Is it your department? Is it going to be the department heads? We need to get some accountability here.
Yes.
Who's doing what?
So the departments will be responsible to make sure their files have all the redactions done before they are sent over to a central filing system, to where if there's a request in the future to upload those, they would already be redacted. That responsibility is on the department. We are going to be creating, or we were scheduled to do a training, but since we've been talking about the P-card policy, we've decided to extend the training just a little bit after, once the policy has been complete. That way we are joining the training of P-cards and redactions for all these city employees that are responsible to upload any of those files. So the training is going to be established, so they're made aware of what they need to do. But then the responsibility is going to be established with that anytime their department has any files or any data that would have redactions made, then they would be submitting that over to our central system, and then that will be made available for the quarterly or whatever schedule we put out to continue putting out those P-card statements.
Okay, so it's going to be the department heads are going to be responsible, or is it each individual person that's uploading the information?
The departments will allocate individuals responsible.
Someone in the department.
Yes.
Can I say something? Because there was a bit, when I brought this up the last time about those documents, and I was told that it was incorrect, and I know I got the information from the previous attorney, and so I made a personal phone call the next day because I was told I was wrong, and I knew I wasn't wrong, to Mr. Gross. And Mr. Gross, you talked to Letitia, and I guess there was a misunderstanding. You redact. She actually, and you said you would explain this to me, explain it to the rest of them. When you get the documents, you said if there's anything that needs to be redacted or hidden off those, then it goes to her for a clean copy?
Yeah, for a public record request.
Yes.
Usually, so if I request something from Hassam, I expect Hassam's department to redact that document and then give them to me. The same as if the city attorney does provide me with documents, I expect them to redact now we will double check it. And there's certain things that obviously like social security numbers, things like that I know to look for and that my staff knows to look for. But there may be some instances, like sometimes in permits and licensing, there's stuff that's copyrighted that can't be released. I depend on them as the expert of those documents to make those redactions and to provide them to me.
It's like most of the police and stuff, it goes over to, if you, and when you're looking at it and you think there's something and you're not sure.
I will ask
Correct.
him, yes.
Okay, that's what I was.
No, but I do have a question. Are we going to go over any kind of policy revisions for what was found in the travel audit?
Yeah, all of those items will be, that's what we're doing right now. We're making
So
the recommendations here. And these are management policies.
Right.
And so we've taken the recommendations, we're creating policies to review, and we'll be bringing those back or providing them to you all for review in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
So
And in your expert opinion, when and how often should we be reviewing our policy?
we're going to be reviewing our policies annually.
Annually. Okay. Do we need to do an ordinance resolution or?
These are
because-
management policies. So
Well, we didn't have them before. That's why I'm asking. I want to make sure that we have them now.
We have, yeah, they're old. They just haven't been reviewed.
Hold on, it's been 25 years.
Excuse me.
They were old. Well, this is what I'm trying to figure
They
out.
were still
We're
management
going to do it
policies.
annually.
Commissioners,
Okay.
and Mayor and Commissioners, these are policies that have been adopted by the city manager as part of the administration of the employment workforce. That's the way they've been done traditionally. In this instance, it sounds like the manager's going to show you the draft policies for your review and comment before adopting them.
Okay. And just for the record, I just want to ask you, do you acknowledge that it's your responsibility as the city manager for policy updates and then also to let the commission know when policies are outdated and need to be updated?
What I think is the responsibility from my perspective is that when I came in, the commissioners gave the priorities, and there was no issues, relevant issues with the current policies. Once it was brought to my attention that there were some concerns about the policies, I said, let's move forward updating. Going forward, we will do annual updates as an administration going forward, because it appears that sometimes since 1999 or before then, we didn't have updated policies. And so when you come in an administrative role, you look for areas, or you hear from the elected officials, what are their concerns? Travel and P-cars were not a major concern, and we didn't see anything as a major concern. But yes, it is my responsibility as the manager to make updates and make recommendations if I think they need to be changed.
Thank you.
I didn't even know I was at the end of the meeting in terms of who it was, and there's nothing strong enough in this. Yes, ma'am.
No comment, and thank you for this evening.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you,
I'm
Commissioner.
going to try to make these quick. I heard that. First of all, the lighting project on Bevel Road has started and should be finished by the end of January. So it's going to be all lit up all the way from Williamson, and actually DOT extended it all the way to Nova Road. So I'm very excited because we were turned down originally, and I called Councilman Matt Reinhardt. I said, I need you to go with me. The Secretary of the State's going to be in town. We went there. begged them to take a second look. 3 weeks, they funded the whole entire project. So, but we've been waiting because of FPL getting the pools and stuff, but it's actually happening. The second thing, I spoke to Mr. Fiacher briefly too. He's aware of this. And actually, everyone knows I brought up the marina. And I know you brought up a few issues there before, lots of issues, and I never really paid much attention. And then when the marina contract was up, I started noticing some things, and that's where the P cards came in. But since then, I kind of been looking at it, and I'm like, gosh, Commissioner May is right. There's something going on there. And when I was looking at the contract, some of the stuff that I'm getting ready to show you pictures of, in the contract, it states that the contractor is supposed to be keeping up with some of this maintenance. And I have so many pictures, but I'm only going to put up a few. But I want to, can you start that for me? Okay, so this is a trailer bathroom on Sea Dock, not in operation. But go to the next slide. Oh, no, go back, I'm sorry. Yeah. But that should be a code violation too. Do you see that? Any little kid could go underneath there and you can see all the plumbing and wiring. I mean, it's nuts to me. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is on the south side, Beach Street, the restrooms. It services H, I, and J dock. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. That's a restroom that our people at the marina uses. That's one of the main ones. And I looked at the contract. That should not look like that. The contract that we just renewed for another year, it expired, but we just renewed it well, we didn't. The manager just renewed it because he had the option to, and it was expired. But someone needs to get on these people. I mean, these people should not be living in this kind of condition. We have a really nice marina, but we own this. These are code violations. And I know, Commissioner May, I am so sorry because I know you brought this up a million times, different things, but it's bad. Go to the next slide. That's a trip hazard. Someone walking out of the bathroom at night. Go to the next. Okay, this one, in 2024, we approved this, $478,000. And that whole dock needs to be replaced. You can see the stringers. You see that? That's a new board, but look at that. All it was done is flip. These boards were flipped over. So if you look underneath there, it's all rotten. That dock is pitiful. We need to set and budget or do something. These people at the marina should not be living like this. Can you go to the next one? Okay, that's part of, is that the face board? Yeah, the dock F, the bottom is completely broken off. Go to the next. How you like that? We have a electric plug just laying there on the dock by the water. Go to the next one. That is the pink bath house, the east side. A, B, and C, non-working AC. Go to the next one. Oh, well, I think we skipped one. Go back. Oh, maybe not. I must have forgot to give you that one. Okay, these are 3 pavilions and a fishing dock. Okay, look at the wood. Keep going. Go. Okay, this is stuff should look. Go to the next item. Okay, these are fire boxes, 3 on each dock. No glass, open, unlocked, 1 extinguisher in each one of them. There's 3 of them. Go to the next one. Oh, that's another picture of it. Go ahead. Okay, this is F dock, and the photos of the pile guide rollers are about to break. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, somehow my water fountain didn't get in there, but it was in pretty bad shape, didn't even work. This is the concrete section that we did do some work over there, but if you stand on it, like that person is, it's like separating. I don't know what's going on there, but go to the next slide. You can see some more wood over in there. It's rotten. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, these are steel plates around the western side of the marina. They need replaced. There's, I think, about 3 or 4 of them. Oh, that one's on the sidewalk, but on the western side, correct? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, keep going. Okay, this is plywood. It's been sitting there, I think, and it's rotten. It's been sitting there for like over a year. It's 3 foot deep. If you actually pull that up, why hasn't it been repaired? Don't know. Keep going. This has been sitting there for over a year. Don't know what it's about, but something's happening there. Go ahead. Sidewalks. They all look like that, but why did we paint them and didn't fix them? Keep going. Keep going. Okay, these are some, look at the platform. All the cement underneath there is crumbled. Keep going. Okay, these are handicap. Well, actually, all the parking lot is in pitiful shape, but no markings at all. Keep going. And this one amazed me. It's actually beautiful, the mural, but there's actually 2 over there. The other one is fine because we redid the whole building, but this was done underneath rotten wood. I could actually put my finger right through the wood. Why would we pay to have a mural done when the wood is rotten? That didn't make any sense. Keep going. Okay. Now, this is part of their contract. Some of this stuff is supposed to be done in the contract. Not the city, but the contractor. Okay. Keep going. And this is where I have a problem. Okay. Our slips and everything is pretty cheap over there, but we, the contractor, just sent all these residents, they're going up on their fees on December 1st. I do not think their fees should be going up at all until we can get our code violations over there fixed and that marina looking decent. It's deplorable. I have never seen a marina look like this. And part of it is the contractor that's supposed to be doing this work. How can we set and charge our residents more money over there until we get this repaired? So I would like to make a motion that we send them letters. We don't charge them till we get our marina and code violations repaired, and then we can send them if we need to raise it. And I think we do because we are under, but we need to get it repaired first. And that was just a small smidgen of stuff. I have so many more pictures, but I'm not going to keep you guys here all night. And I apologize because I know it's your area and I just never really paid attention to that contract was up. I wish I would have listened to you a lot sooner because it is bad.
So we need a second.
So if I can get a second. Second.
Before you make that motion, from a legal perspective, Ben, they have the right for us to prove that based on, I think, a CPI to move up, and that was just done. I don't want us to do something where they've already been approved to have a increase and we say stop. So I don't know. You have to tell me from from a legal perspective.
Wait, but we have a breach of contract as well.
I don't have enough information to answer that. I know that one of the attorneys in the office recently was asked to look at that. I don't know what the result was of it. At one point, rates were set by city ordinance. I don't know if they're still supposed to be set by city ordinance. I don't have enough information.
And we, if I remember right, we actually approved up here, I can't tell you when because I didn't look it up, we are the one approved to raise fees over there. But, so if we approve that, we can unapprove that till we fix our marina.
Yeah, I just need to research it further,
Okay,
Commissioner.
so can we make the motion, if you can do it, we stop, since I can amend it, I'm so tired, a motion, and if it can be done, we stop any raising of any fees till
Yes.
we get, okay, so I'm amending, if,
I'll amend my second.
okay, and I guess I'd make a new motion, if it can be done, we stop this until we fix our own code violations. Yes,
Second.
second, okay?
Okay, y'all understand
Yes.
that? Okay.
You got it, right? Thank
I
you.
understand it, but I don't want to repeat it.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Who is responsible for making sure that the contract is followed as per what is written for the Halifax Marina?
Our staff, business enterprise, the individuals, I just met with the 3 individuals here. I just met with 2 weeks ago, and I think Michael has met with them to look at, he actually showed them all of the improvements that are being made and also the process for getting these things approved as well based on funding. And so this is a part of the maintenance process, that in funding process, if you know that you all have spent numerous amounts of money over the past year on the North Basin and the South Basin, and this is the next phase of improvement. So all can't be done at one time because it is a funding mechanism. So with some of the areas, one of the wash houses was down because of maintenance and because of funding. So there's a certain amount of money, and I do understand of not raising rates, but there is a process and a maintenance process for getting things approved.
Okay, but we put code
Wait, I'm not
violation.
finished. Just let me let my
sorry,
thoughts,
go ahead.
please. Okay, so I want to ask that Michael Stallworth give us a maintenance report on the entire Halifax Marina, and I want him to go also with a code enforcement officer to see what needs to be done, because those bathroom pictures and those sidewalks.
Was that bathroom open?
Yes,
So
it's the main bathroom.
It's the main.
I don't know. That's why I would like someone to do an inspection and give us a report on what their findings are. Can we do that?
That restroom is the south.
You gotta stop interrupting.
Okay,
She doesn't like
and
that.
Well, he asked a question.
I would
She's
also
talking.
like
This is her.
not only the marina itself, but also all our commercial spaces there. Because we have a gem and we should be making money. So when I hear that we don't have enough funds to fix a bathroom like that, I just want to see where the problem is, where we could fix it and get it done. Because I had residents from Fairway Estates that have boat slips there. And we did meet, I want to say 2 years ago, at the marina with Michael, with the city manager, and we got their concerns fixed. I was not aware of the south side, this was on the north side, and they've been happy until now. But with that, I just want to make sure that we have a full report of what is going on there so we could see what we need to fix.
Okay, for the question that you asked, Mr. Feature?
Go ahead.
Okay, this was my turn to talk anyway, but
No. She was doing a motion.
Right,
and
but
then
he asked-
She was recognized to speak
okay.
During the motion. Now, come back to you.
Okay, you asked a question. So how are we making a motion when you don't even know what restroom? It was the South Beach Street restroom that serves H-I-J dock and is absolutely open. It's the main bathroom over there.
Okay.
So a few years back when I started bringing these things up, I was told it's on a schedule and it's being taken care of. Okay. This is the most progress we've had with regard to that, but it's been brought up before in different ways.
So, I would like to see what's been done.
Well, that's it, right? So if it's on a schedule and it was brought up and was brought to our attention 3 years ago, 4 years ago, if there's a schedule and things have been checked and whatnot, and I recognize that maybe a year or two ago there was a fire down there too. There was an electrical fire. The fire department came out there one night as well. So if that's the case, why do those things look the way they do if we're actually on a regular maintenance schedule? And if we're renewing the contracts every year, why does it look like that?
It was a 5-year contract, and we decided not to go with a 5-year contract, but 1-year renewal because we don't have anyone set up. So it could have been approved for 5 years, and we did not approve it for 5 years.
Commissioner Mayor, you were right. Some of the stuff that I pointed out has looked like that for 3 years. More, well, some more, but yes.
All right. Well, that was bad.
And that was
looks
just,
horrible.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So we do have a motion and a
We have
second.
a motion and a second. Come on up here, sir. We'll take public comment. Mr. Gorley? Jump.
And Commissioner Mayor, I just want to let you know, I did not, actually, they're friends of my zone.
My name is Gordon Jump. I live at 450 Basin Street, Daytona Beach, Florida, which is the marina. My wife and I have been there since January of 2010. And prior to that, we ran marinas and hotels in the Bahamas. So we have a great deal of experience in doing that. F3 has intentionally dropped off doing things at the marina. And the reason is it gives them more money to put in their pockets. All right? In addition to that, F3 has increased the charge for people staying at the marina. They've issued those and demanded the money in. They have also taken the first 5-year contract and completely redone that and issued their own contract to all of the people that live there. I think that's illegal. They do no dock repairs. They do no safety issues on the docks. And most of those that she had in her film, if you go on to F dock, the separate piece of concrete rock, that means that there's a bunch of stuff broken underneath. In addition, the red fire extinguisher class or cases that have one, what do you call it? Extinguisher, thank you. One extinguisher in it should have hoses because they are hooked and can be hooked to the fire department's water. But no, they were taken out of there. So consequently, there's little or no fire protection. They have installed somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 wooden units that can take and keep track of the trash cans on each dock. There's about 4 per dock. In one long one, maybe 5 or 6. And they screwed a hole into the wood that lines the floating marinas. And then they took one and allow me to talk a little more.
Go ahead and finish.
Thank you. Then they drilled one through the concrete down into the polypropylene floating units. And consequently, there is a tremendous amount of floating polypropylene throughout the marina. It gets on boats, it gets on the bottoms, it gets everywhere. So they're also removing people from the docks, anyone and everyone that they can to get out of there. and we don't know why.
Yeah, that's my question. What does that mean? Okay, all right. Your time's up.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
And I think Mr. Nicholson wanted to speak on this item.
Thank you for asking that question too. That's what I.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. Every Sunday morning, when I get up, eat breakfast at IHOP, then I go to Collins Park, and I have a routine, and I hit this park. I drive all the way through. It has been like this for 10 years now, all right? Several years ago, when Chisholm was here, a gentleman complained about the docks, the screws being broken, all right? I brought him here, he spoke, nothing's been done, all right? Mayor, you recall when we did the arch, I said, you have to follow me, you have to take a look at this bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Was it bad?
Mm-hmm.
We have that, and I don't know why. David goes out, he walks around. I happened to be at Collins Park one Sunday morning, and guess who's walking through? David. So a lot of this stuff gets fixed, but somehow it slips through the cracks for years. Now, Pam Woods has been gone 9 years, 12.
10.
She's been gone a while. So her big thing is we have to maintain our property. Remember, she wanted to have money set aside from each budget for repairs and whatnot, and we did that.
She did.
So I don't know why it's not happening, but everything these people are talking about, I walked through and I saw it. I believe you remember me talking about the awnings, in really bad shape they were, and you said, oh, they're being fixed, right? I don't know what the schedule is, but it's way too slow. I know you have a schedule, but if you're waiting 5 or 10 years, there's something wrong. It used to be the premier marina on the East Coast. Remember, it was in the magazines? So we're way, way beyond that. So we've got to come back. So it's like the beach side. It used to be, and then when you don't take care of it, it goes down. So please, whatever you can do, I understand money's tight and whatnot, but we have more money now than we've ever had. And I understand Jim Chisholm, when he came in, that 27% tax increase, and we were dirt poor. Well, we're not dirt poor anymore. So let's watch where our penny goes and help these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this up, Commissioner.
You're welcome. I do have more pictures if you want me to send them. And actually, when I went to Mr. Fiacher, he has a stack of, was about a year ago? Oh, was it
She
you?
didn't want me to tell her, yeah, but we met last week. And
Microphone.
Oh, was it last week?
Yeah, the week before, and probably about 150 some pictures.
Yeah, no, some of them are from years ago, still the same.
Okay. Okay, so I'm glad we're going to look at this, and I know you've been saying it for many years.
We have a motion in a second. We haven't voted.
Oh, we haven't voted. Okay.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, we have
So-
a motion in a second yet.
we haven't voted. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so my next thing is like really happy thing. The Redemption Church on the LPGA is almost there. They're hoping to be open by Easter. And they were meeting at Grand Champion for the last 5 years, and it's actually all the residents, Margaritaville, Bayberry, LPGA, that actually attend that church. So they're building the church at Bayberry Lakes. And today, Mr. Fiacher and I attended, and the mayor was supposed to be there, but he had school. So they hung the cross today, so we're just going to show you, it was actually, that place was packed. So we were just going to show you the cross up on the LPGA.
Wow, that's nice.
Big, huh? That place was packed. And that's Pastor Hell.
He's a good dude.
And that was all like LPGA people. I couldn't believe how many turned out. But is that pretty?
Yeah, that's nice. The first church on the west side of
Yeah.
95.
That was the first church we have on the west side, huh?
Yeah, that's why I was saying I wasn't there, but that was good.
And that cross, you get to see that every morning.
That's beautiful.
So, okay, and that's it, and good night.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Henry?
I'm going to save my comments for the next meeting, so good night.
All right.
Just a couple of announcements. This Friday night, we have the Senior Oasis Prom. I know Commissioner May said she'd be there. I know Strickland and Henry will be there, but if you're free, come and join us. It's at 6 p.m. at the Cherry Center. It's a ticketed event. All of our Oases are invited, as well as citizens from the community. On the 12th, we'll have our children's Christmas party. And because the park is under construction, it will be behind the library. And we're looking forward to that. Got the trackless train today. Hallelujah. And then on the 13th, we'll have our city's Christmas parade. So, and I'll just end by saying, Hail Wildcats, because we didn't get a chance to say anything the last time. But only took, 4 or 5 years to come back. But, yes. So anywho,
Always strike.
and on Monday night, I had an opportunity.
Always strike.
On Monday night, I had an opportunity where our president lit the university. It's something that Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune used to do. The concert chorale sang, and then he hit the remote, and the reefs lit up, the grounds lit up, all of the lights lit up. It's really beautiful. So if you want to go by at night and see what that looks like. And then on Sunday, the concert chorale actually performed at the Tampa Bay halftime show, and somebody sent me the national anthem. It is incredible. Carl is doing an excellent job in the shoes of Dr. Rebecca Steele. That concludes my comments. I hope you all had a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Indeed. Commissioner?
Just quickly, on Friday, December 12th at 9 a.m., the TDC Board, which is the Tourist Development Council, is meeting at the Ocean Center in room 103, A, B, and C. It's at the Ocean Center, and the entrance is at Auditorium, so it's right across from the Peabody. When I watched the meeting the day that I wasn't here because I was sick with the flu, I heard some comments about like the TDC. So anybody can come during public comment. If there's anything you guys want me to discuss, I haven't gotten an agenda yet, so that's why I wasn't able to present what's going to be discussed. But I just want to let everyone know that I have been asking that more of money that has been coming in from the bed taxes and how it could be spent to help with our tourism in the city of Daytona Beach, because we are the namesake, and I really haven't had that much agreement on that. But I know a lot of people up here have relationships with other people, so if you feel that this is something that you want to push with the county council, you could let them know, because they are the ones who really say who and how much goes to each of these advertising boards. So I'm still working on it, and like I said, it's open to public comment, so anybody could come and speak Friday, December 12th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Just a couple of things. Saturday they did light up Main Street. Pretty good crowd there. Depending on which business you talk to as to how successful it was, but probably the most people on Main Street for one of their events that I have seen in quite a while. Need to continue to work on that and try to get some year-round business over there. Today, I attended the ribbon cutting for the dog beach up by the Hard Rock. There were so many people there with their dogs, and everybody was very, very happy. Troy Kent was there with his dog, and he voted for that. And so, you know, it would be nice if we could get some more cooperation out of DeLand for our beach side from maybe get Mr. Reinhardt to push a few things for us if we could. But you know, it's a step in the right direction. We take small steps around here, so we'll keep inching along. And that's all I have. Good night. I'm starving.
Yeah, I'm starving also as I get prepared for the mayor's fitness challenge coming up in January. So I'm intermittently fasting, and today I ate an orange, an apple, a banana, some grapes. And then I got here, I hadn't eaten any supper. Normally I would have eaten supper, but I had to rush over here from work because things were happening. So I didn't eat, and so I'm surprised I've made it through this session. I got here and I cheated and had to eat chocolate. That's been my supper. So I say all of that to say that Daytona State won the women's national JUCO championship in soccer, which is a great victory. As has been mentioned, the Rattlers from Tallahassee were deveined or taken, their poison or their venom was reduced to total nullification as the Wildcats took the victory in a thrilling Florida Classic, one of the best that we've had in the history of the many years of the Classic, probably the best one I've ever attended. That concludes my remarks, and we will hear from, I have other remarks, but I'm going to be quiet because I'm about to fall asleep. Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
Okay, we will now, you all have patiently waited on us. We will now hear from the residents who have not been heard from.
Our first speaker is Lucy Desmore, and on deck is Evelyn Rodriguez.
Lucy.
Good evening, everyone. You all have packets being passed out to you. And I'm Lucy Desmore, broker associate with LPT Realty. I'm representing my clients who are working on a project, and the commercial realtor for this is Mr. Buffington. Introduce yourself, please. This is Bill Buffington. He is also the partner. You'll see that on your cover sheet for this development. We have put in an offer to, I put in an offer right before Thanksgiving, a purchase agreement for the Shiloh properties over on Martin Luther King Boulevard. It was up to go up for an RFP, and we're one of the groups that was going to apply for that. But we have the money, and we've decided that we make an offer and we'll just purchase everything outright. And so Mr. Buffington and myself are representing the clients. We represent BDD, Brentwood Drive LLC Development, and HZ Construction. We've already been over to Shiloh Baptist Church a couple of months ago and found out what the community would like to see in that area. We met with the redevelopment director. We know what the city's vision is. And so together with that, we have put forth this purchase agreement, wanted to make sure that is now on public record, because I gave the original to the city attorney right before Thanksgiving, as well as Ken Thomas. And so I'm sure they want to put it out as an RFP, but instead of doing that, our group can buy the property straight out. We can develop it. We have our money, everything in place. And so what we're looking to do, you take time, review that purchase agreement, everyone, and then call us back in. All of the principals that are in this development will come to this commission meeting and address any issues or any questions or any statements that you need. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, thank you. How much did we pay for that?
Our next speaker is Evelyn Rodriguez, and on deck is John Nicholson.
Evelyn Rodriguez, Molly Road, Daytona Beach. Well, let me just tell you what happened, and you guys could kind of decide So I guess you guys authorize AT&T to go through neighborhoods and bury cables,
No,
okay?
they got it
So
right.
they came through our neighborhood, they didn't give us pre-warning, we didn't get any door knockers, anything. We wake up and they're digging on our property, not the city's property, but on our property, making holes up and down the road. We don't know what's going on. I asked somebody, they said, AT&T is burying cables. I'm like, okay, nobody told us anything about this. I just don't understand, and maybe for future, how somebody could come onto your property without your permission and dig holes up and down the road. Now, I had just purchased a couple of pieces of sod because I had some bare spots. I was trying to fix my land and put them in, and they cut out this size, okay, and 3 feet down. When they finish, they just put the same sod up so you could see the little rectangle, 2 of them on my road, on my property. Then, as a result of lifting this thing, all the fill, which was a lot of little white rocks, was strewn all over my yard, not only mine, but up and down everybody's properties. So my dilemma is, who's responsible for this? How could somebody come on my land without my permission and do this? Would you allow that on your property? I don't think so. So there was a truck with a CIA, MCI, or something like that, that I had asked, what are you guys doing? And he explained to me, we're gonna, so I'm just like, so can I ask Parks and Rec to give me some sod? I mean, how do you, I just don't, I am like,
You didn't get their number or anything?
huh?
You didn't get their number or anything? You just got
Oh, I got a picture of the truck, but it was AT&T. They buried
Come on, what you talking about?
They're allowed to do that. They have right
without
of
your
way.
permission, without even letting you know. I mean, as a courtesy, giving you a door knocker and saying, we're coming down the road. First of all, there was all these little flags all over our land, all over. And everybody's, when you cut the grass, you had to pick them up, cut, and then put it back in. I asked, what was that? And they tell me, that's a city.
They have a right to do that. And you can tell them.
I'm sorry, in answer to your question, Mayor, presumably what they're discussing is the use of a utility of an easement that's located on the lot for maintenance work or for locating.
Yeah, so they have the right to do that. And we don't have we have no control over that. Trust me, whatever it was they were working on, they were approved to do that, and we don't control that.
And if they exceeded their rights, that would be a matter between them and the property owner, not the city.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is John Nicholson, and on deck is Fred Coulter.
John Nicholson, 413 North Granview Avenue. I have that in front of my yard, and there's a wire that goes about a foot out from the pole, just out of this little box, and it goes halfway, about this high off the. I'm waiting for someone just to catch it as they're going by with a pedal of a bike or something. It's just dangerous. They didn't do it well. A couple of things. One, on the dog park, I asked them, because Ormond Beach gave permission for the dog park in Ormond Beach. It went before the commission, they voted on it. I don't recall you guys discussing it or voting on it. They said they asked you and you were going to vote on it. I don't remember you doing so. If you did discuss it and vote on it, did you vote to have the largest portion, half the city, for the dog park? They have like 0.7 acres, 0.7 miles. We got 1.7, so everything north of Seabreeze is in it. I think we would, if they're allowed to redo it next year, can we shrink it to a smaller locale? I was going to bring up the marina, but we talked about it. I was going to bring up condition on the beach side, but we talked about it. Driving on the beach was in the meeting last night, and they made several comments. They tried to get information from Daytona Beach. We have not responded. They wanted to know whether we wanted driving on the beach or not, since we were the ones that asked for it. They did not get a response. But thank God for me, they did not vote to put driving back on the beach or to go forward with it. Because there is a developer that's looking at building, and he would not build if there was driving on the beach. Plus, almost all of the property owners on the beach voted against it. The property owners on Main Street were the only ones that wanted it. And lastly, the zones. I would ask that you literally just stop the lawsuit. People keep asking me, I was invited to the ACLU to discuss what was happening. And they keep saying, how can you not find a black zone on the mainland? Midtown is a black area. How could you not find enough people in Midtown to create a black zone? Because the lawsuit keeps saying over and over again that we could not find a black zone on the mainland. Yeah, but we can't find them. So that's why we had to have 3 zones on the beach side. It didn't make any sense. But because we divide Midtown into 4 parts, that's why we can't get a black zone. Thank you. Well, they do it so that we could have 3 black commissioners. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Our next speaker is Fred Coulter, and on deck is it Jaleesa McIntyre? Is there a Jaleesa McIntyre here? Okay, then Brenda Fowler.
Fred Coulter, 820 North Tuxedo Avenue, DeLand, Florida. It is 11:55, and I've given you a paper with lots and lots of numbers and rows and columns, and I apologize. I'm dealing with the second largest revenue going to the general fund. And just like property tax, which all of you knows is under attack by Tallahassee, these are dangerous revenues. We're talking major parts of general fund revenues are in my mind, in danger. The first one, solid waste in general. Tallahassee's already passed a law. Solid waste, by the very nature of being a pass-through entity, the city will not have the profit in the solid waste fund in a few years. I haven't been able to get a firm date down. Andy's the one that told me about this. It's a couple of years. There's contracts involved, so we didn't have to do it then. But at some point, what the taxpayers, the customers use is what we pay, is what the city pays. And that means there will be no money left over to transfer to the general fund. So that's a chunk of general fund revenue that'll be gone. The ones that worry me are, first of all, the pilot program. I've listed the revenue, the ordinance underneath was defined that we use to define the pilot program. Payment in lieu of taxes in not here, but most places I've seen it, it's a nonprofit that because they're nonprofit, they don't have to pay property taxes. They give money to the city because they get city services is generally based on their property values. Water and sewer, it's got property, but we don't do it based upon property values. Stormwater, I'm not sure, has property that would be taxable if it was a for-profit enterprise. On all of these, according to the ordinance you've seen here, but what we've done since I've been here, and Pat told me this, and so it had been done forever, was 10% of revenues was handed over to the city as a subsidy for pilot. The indirect cost allocations is based upon federal government. That one may stick because it's based upon a government calculation defined by the federal government. That may stick. It covers things like the cost of the budget office, the cost of having a city manager, the cost of you being here, the allocated portion of that to the different utilities, and it's based on a federal government. And the third thing is the transfer. That's how we've been balancing the general fund. They had money. We've taken some of their profits and helped pay for all of the things that we pay for out of the general fund. I'm very worried about all of these. I know that Shannon has told me that the people that define water and sewer plants think that no money should be leaving water and sewer because they need it all. And this is not just here, it's everywhere. And so there's just serious questions about how long you'll be able to maintain these revenues. And my worry is it will come suddenly and you'll have to cut out huge amounts of revenue. On the final column is how much the millage rate would be equivalent that you'd have to increase to match the revenues. And that's it.
Well, thank you, Fred.
Our next speaker is Brenda Fowler, and on deck is it Amaya Albury?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to come up to talk tonight because I was very disturbed about last commission meeting. Commissioner Reed, you always talk about decorum and that we should have decorum in the dais. And when you're speaking to citizens who are taxpayers, I think you should show them respect as well. I understand that things get off a little bit, but when Demi Johnson from Channel 9 left last week, she left to go report live. But you made a comment, sir, and then the fraternity all chimed in, and it was a big rah, 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 beat up on the media. We shouldn't be afraid of the media. If we're being transparent and we're talking, you know, Manager Fiacher, like, I don't have a comment right now, I need to look into it. You know, that's appropriate. But to make the media out to be the bad guys is ridiculous. We need to address the problems. This is a crap show here, listening to the finances and the money and the marina. I mean, that stuff doesn't happen overnight. The sidewalks for Mosaic and people don't answer letters, being lectured about penny, whatever, and talked down to. You know, I'm a citizen who pays tax dollars here. And whether you like it or not, I'm here because I want to be in Daytona. I want accountability. Thank you for addressing the fact that they do need to update policies, and it is part of your responsibility. I appreciate that. We've got to do better as a city. We look terrible when we're like, oh, well, this P card, and how do we handle this? Or where do we go from here? You made a Facebook post, sir, on the 14th of November. You have many years of higher level management experience, and I felt it was a deliberate post that you wanted to get across to bring up racial division. If somebody did call you a racial slur, I don't think it's appropriate that a man with your management style, you should definitely like pass it on. It's disgusting. I'm sorry, excuse me?
I'll say it when you finish.
Oh, because he did mention that somebody called him inappropriate names. It's disgusting.
It's disgusting to be called that, trust me.
I can appreciate.
Be on the receiving end of it.
I can appreciate. I think it's disgusting as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it only perpetuates it more if we feed into it. This isn't a racial issue here. This is a finance issue. And decorum comes this way too.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
And I don't want it to be one either, a racial issue.
Oh, I agree.
About business.
Yes, I agree. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you.
Our final speaker tonight is Amaya Albury.
While she's coming up, Mr. Mayor, the name of the story was Henny Penny. And if you can't remember the name of it, you can just call it Chicken Little. They call it two different stories. I just wanted to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so good evening. Best for last, guys. I'm going to close it up. But good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. It's late, and here we are again. But I do appreciate that everyone is here. I do want to acknowledge the citizens who continue to show up every single meeting. Your presence and your voices matter, and we are all necessary in shaping the city. And that's really why God brought us all here together, because it does take a village and it takes different perspectives and people to look at things differently. if we could come together and not be enemies and actually come together for, the collaboration of our city to make Daytona Beach a greater city, I think that we would kind of go further and actually we would have more great stuff for them to brag about instead of nitpicking all the negative stuff. So in the past few weeks, it has become clear that some of our policies are almost 30 years old. When policies go that long without an update, it creates challenges and puts the city in a negative light, no matter the intention. That's not fair to the city or the citizens who trust us to operate with modern standards. I also believe that if our policies weren't so outdated, we wouldn't have to worry about outside people forming negative opinions about our city. People will always talk, but we can at least give them less ammo by keeping our processes current and consistent. Leaving a positive legacy starts with cleaning up our own house, mine included, because we get to set the example. To whom much is given, much is required. And I'm sure every one of you probably came here because you wanted to make a difference in the city. And that's why we all are here, I think. Well, I am at least. So my question tonight is there an actual list of which policies the new government liaison will be helping us update? And will that list include our oldest and highest risk policies? We could have like a simple cloud-based tracker showing what policies are old, what's being outdated. A lot of other cities are using updated, like cloud servers for this kind of information. And are we modernizing our record keeping? Most cities, you do use the cloud systems to keep the information organized, accessible, and protected. But without the foundation, it's hard to follow the decisions and maintain public confidence. And so the request is just simple: transparency, clarity, and a structured plan so that our city and our citizens can move forward confidently in the best possible light. So I do thank you all, because I know it's not easy, no matter where you sit on this. And that's just, I think that we it's not about who did what or whatever. We're here now. It's been however many years the policies have taken. Okay, yes. But now we're here, so we do need to fix it. And like having it not be such a thing where everybody is like so defensive about everything. And that is within the city. Unfortunately, a lot of people have experienced it with staff, and it is something that it's an issue, it's a culture, and it is true. But again, good night.
Good night, Daytona Beach.